Good morning, James.
Good morning.
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Just to note, we will be going live on the internet in less than 1 minute. Thank you. Oh, we are now live. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Summidian.
Good morning, Rhonda. Can you hear me loud and clear this morning?
I sure can. Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Thanks for your help.
Good morning, Vice President Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. So we'll just let our colleagues know we're going to start in about a minute.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Good morning, Rhonda. Andrew James, can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Gabby Olivares from Behavioral Health.
Good morning, Gabby. I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask if we can call our meeting to order. I will ask the clerk for a roll call.
Supervisor Ellenberg. I know she's here.
Yeah,
I'll come back to her, but I
Thank
think
you.
she's here. Supervisor Semidian.
Semidian here.
Present. Supervisor Cortese. I do not see Supervisor Cortese. Vice President Wasserman.
Wasserman here.
Present. And President Chavez.
Here.
Present. And one last call, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Can't hear you, Cindy.
There we go.
Su-
We have a quorum.
Still can't.
Susan, are you having, can you hear me now?
Maybe it's me.
Yep, your volume.
Yeah. Mike, can you text her and just help her out there? And Supervisor Cortese's also joined us. So we'll make sure she knows that we are having a hard time. She may be having a difficult time hearing us. Mike, I'm going to turn to you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask all those who are able if you could please stand and join us.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag,
of the United States,
United States of America,
and to the
the
republic
republic
for which it
which
stands,
it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Yep.
We're now going to move to item 4. We do not have an invocator today. We're going to move to item 4, and this is to announce adjournments and memoriam. And today we're honoring the life of Rick Doyle. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Cortese to begin that invocation.
Thank you,
In
President.
memoriam.
Yes, thank you, President Chavez. I understand that Rick's son, Grafton, or sons, Grafton and Connor, are with us this morning. His niece, our clerk of the board, Megan Doyle, and his widow, Becky Barnier, are also here. I understand at some point they may be saying a few words, and I'll defer to your prerogative on that, President Chavez, in terms of at what point that will happen. I just want to make a few brief comments, and I'm sure you will be doing that as well, President Chavez. I had the great honor and privilege to serve with Rick Doyle starting almost immediately after his appointment to the position of city attorney in the city of San Jose, because I was elected shortly after that to serve as a city council member in San Jose, joining Supervisor Chavez, then Councilmember Chavez, who was there at the time, and several other really good people who served on that city council, particularly during that first term as new people were coming on board administratively. Rick just really was obviously a breath of fresh air. He was somebody who, depending on the order of the dais as it was established, some of us had the opportunity to spend an awful lot of time with during the lengthy meetings, because in the city of San Jose's configuration, the city attorney generally sat very close to the mayor, and as I recall, right next to whoever was serving as vice mayor. And I had the privilege of doing that job for a couple of years. And you really get to know somebody when you're that in that proximity to them for hours and hours and hours and days and days and days at a time. But I should mention, and the closeness of the relationship and the mutuality of the relationship is really kind of an extended family thing. Rick's late brother, Francis, was one of my law professors well before I ever joined the city council. So there was this prior family connection all along. And I hope folks don't mind me speaking a little bit on a personal level here, because so much of the relationship with Rick and the Doyle family has been as much personal as professional, I think, for many of us. But getting back to City Hall, I had the opportunity to get to know Rick on a little bit more of a casual basis as well, because in those days, and I certainly can't say I've done this much in the last 11 or 12 years, but in those days, one of the little traditions that we had, a handful of us that were council members, was to try to support, maybe a dozen charity golf tournaments during the course of the year. Folks who were community-based agencies that were doing that sort of thing for fundraisers. And I was a horrible golfer, but I was smart enough to invite people. If I had a foursome that I had donated to, I would invite people who actually knew how to play golf. And the best of the best in that regard was Rick Doyle. And I remember Rick speaking about the very competitive nature of his sports interactions with his own brother at Frank's memorial some time ago. But I will tell you, Rick Doyle was as much of a great athlete, in my estimation, as he was a great city attorney. And he was a great city attorney. And what made him a great city attorney, again, in my opinion and observation, was his even-handedness. We rarely ever had a conflict between us. But the one time we did, he came into my office and closed the door right at the old City Hall and said, all I would expect is the same thing that I offer all of you, and that is to be treated evenly and the same, equitably, as anybody else, in the administration. And I'll never forget that conversation, because when somebody walks the talk like he did and really does treat everybody equitably and in an even-tempered manner and evenly and fairly, and asks the same, it's very compelling. It's a very compelling thing. And I think he earned that kind of respect and even-handedness from everyone around him. I have to mention something else along the extended family connection. In the year my second oldest child, my daughter Gina, graduated from law school, was probably the worst year for anyone to graduate from law school that was actually looking for a job, because it was at the depth of the last great recession. And the city attorney's office, of course, like every other employer, wasn't in any position to hire people. My daughter was certainly not in much of a position to drive a bargain for a position anywhere. But the city attorney's office created a volunteer attorney program where young attorneys like my daughter could come in on a voluntary basis, if and when accepted into the program at no pay, literally at a volunteer level, and get the experience and the opportunity to work with seasoned professionals in an environment in municipal government. My daughter got an opportunity to do that and to be mentored by Rick Doyle. And again, speaking to the professionalism of Rick, we never had a conversation about that. Many years later, after my daughter had served as a private sector attorney, she went through a competitive process and was hired by Rick in the city attorney's office. We never had a conversation about that before, during, or after. And then to come full circle, Megan Doyle, our clerk here, is part of the same family, as I already noted, Rick's niece. And I have watched her, and of course, not to embarrass Megan in any way, but supported her own earned ascent in this organization here at the county. Rick and I never had a conversation about that. You know, that was Rick Doyle, big-hearted, good-hearted, even-tempered, fair, equitable, and completely 1,000% ethical when it came to relationships. I imagine if he's hearing this, he'd be blushing a little bit, and he did once in a while if something made him feel a little uncomfortable. And he might be a little uncomfortable just because of all the distinctions he made between professional life and those personal relationships. He might feel it's a little awkward for me to be bringing all of this up. And I brought it all up, and I hope people take this in good grace and good spirit today, because it was very important to me to have an opportunity, along with the Board of Supervisors, to do this adjournment today on both a personal and professional basis. And I wanted people to know what the personal side of that relationship looked like, what that extended family relationship looked like, and to remember him today and how much we're going to miss him and how unfortunate it is to lose him at such a relatively young age. My heart goes out to his family. What a unique individual. I think they broke the mold on Rick Doyle's. It'll probably be a long time before we encounter another Rick Doyle again. But I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to get to know him and to work with him and to get to know his extended family in the way I did. Thank you so much, President Chavez.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to read a few comments into the record, and then I'm going to just talk about the one time I remember Rick losing his temper. And then, if his family would like to speak, I would be very, honored to have them do so. So first, in 1976, Rick earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree in history with a minor in economics from Chico State. In 1979, after receiving his law degree from the University of the Pacific, he was admitted to the California Bar. For 10 years, he specialized in municipal finances and business litigation with the law firm of Jensen and Doyle. In 1989, he began working with the city of San Jose as a senior deputy attorney and was later promoted to chief deputy attorney in 1992. He left for 5 years to work at city attorney in Concord, but returned to San Jose in 2000. And during his 20-year tenure with the city, he advised 3 mayors, 38 council members, and 6 city managers. We know that Rick was devoted to his family, to his wife, and to his sons. He was very dedicated to his entire family as an uncle and a brother. And I know that he was really proud of his sons. He talked about you often. He was generous and kind and very, very even-keeled. I wanted to tell this story because Rick was one of the first people I ever got a chance to hire as a new council member. And, when he was applying for the job, the one person who really sung his praises was Joan Gallo. And for those of you who know Joan, she's got a very high bar for who she thinks can do a good job, and particularly her job. And she was just so excited to see Rick ascend and to really to become the city attorney of San Jose. We were once in a negotiation, ironically, with the county. And before the meeting, we had all decided to be calm and open-minded and to really listen. And at the meeting, one of the members of the county team laid into us and started sort of, yelling at us and the city negotiating team, which I was a member of. And Rick slammed his hand down on the table and he said, "That's inappropriate." He raised his voice just for a couple minutes. I mean, really, probably seconds. And I was so shocked. I think everybody was, because Rick's the last person I was worried about raising his voice. We took a pause in the meeting, and as calm as could be, he looked over at us and he said, you know, I apologize, but I just didn't think that was an appropriate way to approach us. Calm, calm, calm. I never saw him lose his temper again. But what I appreciated so much about that moment is he stood up because he thought something was wrong. And as clear as could be, he didn't hold a grudge and helped us finish that negotiation. And for those of you who know the history of the relationship between the city and the county, you'll know why that was particularly skillful of him to do so. I want to say to his family, I can't imagine all the loss and pain you must each be feeling. I want you to know that he was held in high regard by so many, many people. It's one of the reasons we know Rick to be a special, good, and kind and ethical person. And I want to also say how much I appreciate you letting us adjourn this meeting in his honor. So with that, if there's anybody from the family that would like to say anything, and I saw Grafton, it's lovely to see you, and your mom.
Good
So
morning.
go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. We just want to thank you so much for honoring our father. Supervisors Cortese and Chavez, your words and your memory mean so much to us. I also have a story about the one time my dad lost his temper, but I'll save that for another day. My dad loved the law. He loved the city of San Jose, and he loved his work. So we're so honored to witness this, your kind words. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. If there are no other comments from my colleagues, Megan, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just wanted to just say thank you to Supervisor Cortese and President Chavez, and hello to my cousin and my aunt. But thank you. This is a big honor, and you know, Rick's commitment to public service was just a real inspiration to me. It'll always continue to be an inspiration to me. So he was a fantastic uncle, but just a great mentor in terms of being a public servant. So thank you all. He had a long commitment to local government and to this region. And so it's just so lovely that you guys did this today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate that. And I think I saw Connor here as well. So just to say a very special thank you to your family. Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to commendations and proclamations. And I'm first going to see if there's any of my colleagues who wanted to weigh in on any of the proclamations. Without that, what I'm going to do is just make a couple of announcements. So last Wednesday, on August 26th, Supervisor Cortese accepted a certificate proclaiming the County of Santa Clara as part of the American Association of Retired People Livable Communities program. This was during the Seniors Agenda Network Summit on Digital Inclusion for Older Adults. And so I thought that was particularly important because AARP is the national affiliate for the World Health Organization's global network of age-friendly communities. And in 2017, under the leadership of Supervisor Cortese, Santa Clara County became the first nation the first in the nation to have all of its cities be part of the WHO's global network of age-friendly cities. And this recognition means that we're adopting policies that support the health and longevity of seniors by providing, inviting activities, outdoor activities, safe walking, cycling routes, and others. And we want to thank the AARP and the WHO for recognizing this work, and Dave for recognizing your work. So thank you for that. I also just wanted to acknowledge that while we don't have our normal Monday meetings where we get to celebrate our employees, it really is my honor on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to acknowledge the Santa Clara County Employee Excellence Award honorees for September 2020. I'm going to begin with Janae Fortier, Program Manager 2 from the Office of the County Exec. Michaela Lewis, Deputy County Counsel, Office of the County Counsel. Kevin Yoder, Facilities Plumber, Facilities and Fleet Department. Jesse Sanders, Deputy Sheriff, Office of the Sheriff. Jeremy Rowland, Eligibility Worker 2, Social Services Agency. And Anodai Nguyen, the lead pharmacist for the Santa Clara County Valley Health and Hospital System, Danielle Franklin, Emergency Medical Services Specialist, Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System, Michael Alvarez, the Principal Development Services Engineer, Department of Planning and Development, and Karen Lopez, Interim Administrative Support Officer for the Department of Parks and Recreation. I want to thank all of you very much for choosing to serve all of us as a county and a community. And I also just want to acknowledge that we have a number of other commendations of recognition for Assyrian Memorial Month, former Santa Clara County Supervisor Sig Sanchez, Lyme Disease Awareness Month, Pakistan's Independence Day, and retirement in honor of Ned Putt, former Health Advisory Commissioner Michael Facchetti, and our Employee Excellence Awards, as I spoke of. So thank you very much for all of those commendations, and we wish all of you all good things as you venture on, especially Mr. Nudd. So we'll go to item 6, which is public comment. And I'm going to ask the clerk if the clerk can call on our public speakers. I'm going to give our public speakers a minute to sign up for public comment. This is to speak to an item that is within the purview of the committee, of the Board of Supervisors, but not on the agenda today. If you do speak to an agenda item, I will ask that you do it only once, as to be fair and equal to everybody in our community who wants to speak. So we'll give that a moment.
And how long should we set the timer for, please?
I think it depends on how many speakers we get.
Okay.
And so I was just going to make sure we give everybody a chance. I know sometimes it can be a little tricky to sign up for public comment. So we'll just give a minute more, because what I'm going to do is once we set the time, I'm going to cap the number of speakers. That way we can do a little more, we can be a little more predictive with the agenda. I think right now we'll go to a minute, as we're at over 10 speakers. And now at 15. Okay, yeah. So we'll go to a minute, and thank you all very much for your cooperation.
The next speaker is Corey Noltensmeyer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Corey Noltensmeyer, and I am a Housing Compliance Coordinator at the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I am coming to you again today. Our contract is negotiated except for one issue, binding arbitration. Binding arbitration is good for workers as well as management. It keeps both sides honest and beholden to the contract, so we can focus on what's most important, serving our community. Our management refuses binding arbitration because they're forced to follow rules even when it's a union contract. We have been told it is the Board of Commissioners refusing binding arbitration. We have reached out and it falls on deaf ears. That is why we are here. They are appointed by you. It is time to replace some Board of Commissioner members. They have been there over 15 years and have come to the point where they only listen to management. Please help us to urge our management to do what's right and focus, so we can focus our shift back to serving our communities most vulnerable. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rhoda Fry. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Lehigh's mine created the Jaeger Yard landslide that is a hazard to homes and the Permanente Creek watershed. You have resolved a notice of violation that applies only to the sediment entering the creek, but the larger public safety issue remains. An inspection report states the Jaeger Yard landslide mass is moving toward Permanente Creek, and its mass is sufficiently large to block the creek. Should this happen during winter months, the runoff from the upper watershed would likely pond, creating a new debris flow hazard to structures and residences downstream. Reports also mention multiple safety hazards, including a large boulder that apparently rolled off a waste rock slope and landed in the middle of an access road. I've been begging you for years without success to address the public health problems relating to air quality as one of our state's biggest air polluters. Now I'm asking you that you please address this public safety problem and make sure that Heidelberg Cement can pay for it. Please notify our residents of this hazard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Calderon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good morning. My name is Julia Calderon, and I've been working as a housing program specialist for the Santa Clara County Housing Authority for 23 years. Recently, management proposed to assign more cases to our currently intense and stressful caseload. We thrive to provide our community the best customer service. Increasing the number of cases won't allow us to provide our clients the quality time and attention they deserve. I stand by our bargaining team in their demands for equitable treatment and workload. We ask that management be accountable to the workforce and community by agreeing to binding arbitration and a fair workload. Thank you.
Our next speaker is on. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is An Vũ, and I am housing program specialist at Santa Clara Housing Authority. Management want to increase the caseload to 515 clients per caseworker. We are serving the homeless and low-income population to help them maintain their housing with high caseload. Worker unable to assist client. Owner might not get paid on time and causing tenant to increase of eviction. Currently, we have workers have to leave from work due to stress and overwhelm from the work we are assigned. We cannot keep the new employee due to the same reason, leaving the current worker to cover empty desk. We urge you to please review the situation to ensure the low income and homeless population receive the quality services they deserve, especially during the pandemic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is identified with a Galaxy Note 20. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Galaxy, are you there? We'll go back to Galaxy in a bit. Let's see here. Next speaker is Victor Salas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Victor Salas, and I'm a housing assistant at Santa Clara County Housing Authority. We've been in contract negotiations as of April of this year. Our bargaining team plus staff have repeatedly asked for accountability and transparency with regard to our caseload and just other grievances. I'm asking the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to assist us with binding arbitration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Santa Clara County. Scott Largent. What to talk about today? If I bring anything to your attention that's going on in our community, you're not going to do anything about it. So what should I talk about today? Since I have to utilize this as therapy, since your entire mental health system is on vacation. But this is helpful. You got to figure out any route you can to kind of get it out there and talk about your feelings. So COVID sucks. I absolutely miss my daughter, and I am really fed up of crapping in bags. So I think you guys need to get some toilets going, more porta-johns, washing stations. You know, you guys hear me talk about it a lot, but watching people defecate on the side of the county building in the DA's office all day long makes me wonder. Oh, well, thank you, everybody. Over and out.
Next speaker is Evangeline Isles. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Evangeline Isles. I am an employee of the Housing Authority for 13 years. The members of the SCIU have been working without a contract since July 1st, even though we had an agreement with most of the contract except binding arbitration and caseload numbers. We are still here working to continue servicing our community. But when is management going to be held accountable like they hold staff? When are they going to do what's right for our community and live up to the Housing Authority mission? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Twee. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Twee Tran. I am with my co-worker in Housing Authority.
Hi, my name is Minongo.
My name is Sarah Huda.
My name is Christine Hong.
And I'm Lucy Wing as a speaker. As housing assisting and specialist at Santa Clara County Housing Authority, we stand behind our union and demand for a fair contract as we are overworked and underpaid. We demand for an equitable treatment and workload and management agreeing to a binding arbitration so that we can better serve our clients. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hoa Pham. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hoa Pham, you there? Your mic is on and you're ready to go. All right, we'll come back to Hoa. Next speaker is Linda Acasio. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Linda Acasio. I have been a housing program specialist for the Santa Clara County Housing Authority since 2018. I stand by my bargaining team and our request for binding arbitration and a fair workload in the amount of no more than $475. We believe this will allow for consistency within our caseload assignment and less confusion and disruption for our clients and overall a smoother transition that decreases our ongoing need for providing coverage for unintended deaths. With a fair and reasonable caseload, we will be able to continue our mission to serve and support our community by providing outstanding quality services as we guide to assist families with meeting their housing essential needs and supporting them on their journey to achieve financial stability and becoming self-reliant. Lastly, public services all are responsibility, including Santa Clara County Housing Authority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carney Pham. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Carney, are you there? All right, we'll go back to Carney. Next speaker is Natalie Vasquez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Vasquez. I'm a housing assistant with the Santa Clara Housing Authority. I've been with the agency for 20 years. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to investigate the increasing caseloads. We want to provide the services our clients need and deserve, but with the increase of workload, we are unable to do so. We would like to have a binding arbitration because of unfair treatment by management. It would be in the best interest for management and employees to have a binding arbitration. We would like to finalize this contract so we can continue to support our community. We are asking for your help, please. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Claudette. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Claudette, are you there?
Hello?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Claudette Wells. I'm a housing assistant with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority, and I am here also with Carney Pham, a housing specialist.
Okay, hi, my name is Carney Pham, and I'm a union member. I've been with Santa Clara Housing Authority for 14 years. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to investigate the increase in caseload. We want to provide the services and our clients need and deserve, but with the increase of workload, we are unable to do so. We'd like to have a binding arbitration because of the unfair treatment by management. It would be in the best interest for the management and employee to have the binding arbitration. We would like to finalize this contract so we can continue to support our community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Galaxy Note. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello?
You're
Hello?
live. Yes.
Yes, hello, my name is Lee. I'm Housing Program Specialist at the Housing Authority of the County Santa Clara. I have been working for the Housing Authority for 20 years. I am backing the union team and I disagree with the management proposed new caseload, 550 cases. For the past couple of years, we have been asked to cover extra cases and our performance has been suffer one way or another. If we have no past due cases, then we have complained against us for not returning all the phone calls, for extra 100 cases that come with 200 attempts to contact us from the landlord, from tenant's family, and who leave messages on the phone, the email, the e-fax, the messages through the apps. And also complain to outer management that we cannot reply to all messages. So please help us to keep the cases down so we can do better job at returning all the phone messages to everybody.
Our next speaker is Hoa Pham. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Hoa, you're live. We can hear you. All right, we have no response from Hoa Pham. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go now back to the board and we're going to thank everyone for their comments. And then we're going to now go to the consent calendar. If I could ask the clerk to review the consent calendar.
We have a request from Supervisor Semidian to hold item number 20 to September 22nd, 2020. Item number 20 is to approve the surveillance technology use policy for existing surveillance technology relating to the Office of Pretrial Services Global Positioning System electronic monitoring devices. We have a request from President Chavez to consider item numbers 21 and 22 concurrently. Item number 21 is to receive a report relating to continuum of care services. Item number 22 is to consider recommendations relating to Seneca family of agencies welcoming center contracts. We have a request from President Chavez and Vice President Wasserman to add item number 25 to the consent calendar. Item number 25 is to consider recommendations relating to updates to the Stanford University Community Plan. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item number 28 to the consent calendar. Item number 28 is to consider recommendations relating to the joint development and operational agreement for the Marshall Caldwell Park Community Garden with the City of San Jose. We have requests from administration to hold item number 29 to September 22nd, 2020. Item 29 is to receive report relating to federal funding relief for low-income tenants and homeowners. That concludes the report.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to go to my colleagues to see if there are any changes that they would like to make to the consent calendar, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, President Chavez. With regard to item 28, thank you very much last week for allowing this to be deferred again, but today I'm certainly willing to keep it on the consent calendar, but I would like to ask that as part of the consent adoption of this, that we amend item A under the possible action to approve the retroactive agreement extending the completion date of phase 1 to the end of October 2020. Essentially, the ledge file already says that this work is supposed to be done by the end of October 2020. But to defer B of item 28 and have the delegation of authority that's referenced there return in October 2020 after the estimated completion date with a status report from the City of San Jose. So the upshot of that is, if we left things just exactly the way they were, there would be a delegation of authority that would extend a year into 2021. The work is supposed to be done in October of this year. And so I see Supervisor Wasserman nodding on my Zoom. I think he understands. I'm just asking that we do not take action on the DOA or the delegation of authority today. Let's see if this work really gets completed in October, get an update then, and then we could take up the issue of the DOA separately. So that would be, if there's agreement by my colleagues on the board to that sort of revised action, again, I'm happy to leave it on consent with that modification.
All right. Thanks, Mike. I'll now go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
I have no additional changes. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Semidian?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on item number 40, consistent with my prior vote on this item. I would like to ask that item 38, which deals with some technology acquisitions, be continued to our next board meeting. And I'd like to ask that the administration come back with a report on this item prior to that time that addresses whether some or all of these costs might be delayed, deferred, reevaluated. It's a significant increase in costs, and I understand the rationale, I believe, but we're increasing a $39 million authorization by 15 million to 54 million. So I'd like to, given our budget circumstances, I'd like us to sort of give this a fresh look. So I'll just let it go at that for now. So I'm asking for 38 to be deferred with some additional information. No vote on item 40. And then I believe it is item 25 on the M Group contract that folks have added to the consent calendar, and I'm certainly amenable to that. I would, however, like to remind our board and the administration that when this subject of policing on the Stanford campus came up in prior discussions, and we heard from many members of the community, largely students, that I referenced at that time the importance of the municipal services study covering the issues that were raised about the policing on campus. I'm going to ask again that we direct staff to address that through the municipal services study, in part because clearly the core municipal services, while they're not limited to police and fire, I don't think anyone would argue that police and fire are anything other than core municipal services. And but if there's an ability to address them through some other venue, I'd like to hear back on that as well. Could be the community plan amendments that are under discussion, could be the larger discussion we're having as a board about matters of police reform, could be direct conversations between the county and the university related to the MOU on policing. But I want to make sure staff is cognizant of the fact that those issues need to be addressed through the municipal services study and or some other vehicle. And if we could just get staff to acknowledge that understanding and commitment before we act, I would appreciate it.
Before we act today, so you want staff to respond right now, or do you want?
I would just like Dr. Smith to lean in and say, got it. And of course, those issues will be addressed through the municipal services study and or other venues.
Yes, supervisors, I agree that we need to do that evaluation. I think the question mark is whether M Group's the right group to do it or not. We will communicate with them. If not, we'll come back with a subcontract or other addition to make sure that the service is covered.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Semidian, before we leave your body of work, what I'd like to ask is on this item specifically, if we could have a report back to the full board by the October 5th meeting.
Happy to add that as a request, concur entirely.
Thank you. Just, I don't want it to get lost. There's a lot of moving pieces. And then to go back to item 38, continued, you would like to continue that item. I'd also like to ask that this one come back by September 22nd. And the reason I'm interested in that is that I think, one, we need to discuss it before budget, but the other is that if there's any components of this that have an urgent piece to them, that'll give the staff an opportunity to bring that forward. Is that okay?
Absolutely. I believe I said earlier at our next meeting, and if I did not, I'm happy to say September 22nd.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just want to make sure. And then we got the no vote on item 40. Supervisor Cortese, did you have an additional item?
Thank you. Thank you again, President Chavez. I should have brought this up before. I apologize. Item 17 is essentially a motion to rescind an action last week regarding Homekey program funds. And my understanding is that could go on consent. The only real desire there is to move it back forward again without the palm tree motel item, which is one of the funded items under the Homekey program. And if there's no dissent among colleagues, I would suggest that we could put 17 on consent, including the rescission, the reconsideration, but as part of the action to simply delete the palm tree from that action.
Which would be
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the item be heard in its regular place.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you. Just because I would like to understand what the dynamics are and what's prompted the back and forth. Thank you.
Yeah, and it may suggest in the meanwhile, while everyone's multitasking, there's a very extensive letter that was submitted by one of the council members in San Jose, whose district that particular motel is in, Maya Esparza, Councilmember Esparza, and it was distributed. I know it's in my packet. Hopefully everybody has it as part of the consideration when we do speak on it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman, did you have any changes to the consent calendar?
Thank you, Madam President. Just to reiterate my no vote on item 40.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just taking notes, folks. Thank you. And then on item, okay, so for my colleagues, what I'd like to do is on item 24, this is the report back from the planning department on a request that Supervisor Cortese asked them to consider relative to a pilot program really on how to address an opportunity for housing. What I'd like to do is to ask if Supervisor Cortese is comfortable with us moving that discussion to the housing committee that Susan and I will be serving on. I think that's an opportunity for us to get further public input and assess it relative to other strategies.
Yeah, President Chavez, the only concern I would have, and maybe you can clarify, is then when would the item come back for consideration by the board, if that's the disposition of the item with the task force? Do you have any idea?
My objective would be to bring it back by the last meeting in October or the first meeting in November. And we've got a really compressed time frame. We're going to jam a bunch of meetings in, and you know, Susan will never want to be on another committee with me again. But we've got a bunch that we're going to put in there to try to get the pieces back to the board as quickly as possible.
All right. Well, I appreciate you asking. I certainly don't have any objection to that course of action on that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman on that item?
Yes, because I guess I want to more fully understand why we don't hear it today. I know what Supervisor Cortese's issues and concerns are. I have thoughts and comments as well as in my district, because basically that's where, if this goes forward, the items would be. And I was prepared to talk about it today. Your recommendation, Madam President, is to go to what committee for further discussion beyond what we've had already, public comment?
The housing committee that Susan and I are taking on as per a recommendation from Supervisor Cortese. And the reason is that we're going to be looking at a bunch of different ways to make housing available more quickly. And I wanted to be able to include this as part of the discussion, include this item. But if folks want to hear it today, I don't have a problem with that. I think what I wanted to be able to do was put this in relation to other strategies that we may be looking at what the investment opportunities are, looking at what the speed could be, and looking at what the upsides and downsides are of a whole bunch of different strategies. But we could hear it today if folks feel ready to move on it.
Okay, it was Supervisor Cortese that brought this to the board. I thought we're in a pretty good place.
Okay, then we'll leave it on. No problem. That's not a problem for me. We can leave it on. I didn't feel like there was clarity when we had this discussion last time, and I thought it might be easier to take it through committee, but I'm not emotionally attached to that, so we can leave it on.
Okay.
On item 27, this is our transportation needs assessment. I'd like to defer that to October 5th. And so we're going to leave 24 on. And October 25th, on September, for item 27, that will come back to us on October 25th. Item 17 will remain on the agenda. We're recording 2 no votes on item 40. And item 38 will come back to the board for a report out on September 22nd. And on item 28, this item will also come back for a status report with the changes that were made by Supervisor Cortese in October. And then on item 25, the policing discussion will also be brought back no later than October 5th. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. On 28, I believe it was basically a friendly amendment by Supervisor Cortese, which I agreed with on the Marshall Cottle Park. And I think so as to be approved today under consent. And I believe I just heard you say it was deferred.
Well, there would be a status report. I apologize. I used the word deferred, but that we would not be taking action on item B, that was being deferred until the October 20th meeting when the staff does a status report update.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's clear as mud. Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that on item 25, notwithstanding the report back from staff on the timeline, you indicated that we were taking action on the recommended items A and B under 25 today.
That's correct. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
Thank you, ma'am. No, thank you.
You bet. All right. Are we all ready?
Yep.
So we have a number of public speakers. I'm going to go to the public speakers and then I'll come back to the board for a vote.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. The item on the consent calendar that I'm basically whining about is the Seneca. I understand we allocated a ton of dough their direction as far as visitation. That is visitation for foster children and, of course, kids that have been in bad environments or removed from their homes. The visitation, all of it has been shut down at the courthouses throughout Santa Clara County. All supervised visitation is a non-essential business right now, has not been operating. People like myself has not been able to see their kids now. My daughter she could already be speaking French by now. I mean, she could be basically driving a damn car. I mean, we take rights away from people in Santa Clara County, and this is ridiculous. Our government needs to keep their hands out of our business. You guys keep getting involved in stuff that you just stay out of our business, and especially in a civil machination. I've never done anything criminal that you guys can get me on. It's just ridiculous. Let me see my...
The next speaker is Christopher Laboa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
County Supervisors, as mentioned last week, the Stanford Solidarity Network would like to express support for the Municipal Services Study, as well as for the necessary amendments to the Metropolitan Planning Group's contract so that M Group may conduct this study. My colleagues and I would like to share with you our recommendations for the Municipal Services Study, specifically regarding services for sexual and intimate partner violence, dependent healthcare, public safety, and food security. These municipal services that Stanford provides for graduate student workers, our partners, and our families are unaffordable, inaccessible, and deeply discriminatory. We are in solidarity with the Reimagined Stanford group that spoke last week and would like to thank the supervisors for including public safety and a review of the SUDPS in the municipal services study or through other mechanisms. We will be highlighting our recommendations for this particular municipal services and we'll be sending the board an official submission on this matter.
Our next speaker is M. Horst. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm a Stanford grad student, employee, and resident of unincorporated Santa Clara County. We thank the county for its openness to consider public safety as a municipal service to be studied. Considering the same concerns over racialization, criminalization, racial equity, and transparency elaborated during Supervisor Ellenberg's community conversations effort, we suggest that this study, whether by M Group or whatever other contractor the county sees fit, incorporate collection of the following data, which may eventually prove useful for determining requirements for any future general use permit or other development agreements involving Stanford. 1, a breakdown of peace, public safety, and community safety officer interventions, stops, and citations by race, gender, and university affiliation since at least 2010. 2, current policies on deadly force, use of force, ethical behavior, and de-escalation. 3, officer records of misconduct. 4, outcomes of past investigations into police misconduct. 5, whether these policies align with recognized best practices for policing in the 21st century.
The next speaker is Justine Modica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Justine Modica, and I am a member of the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm also a PhD student in the history department at Stanford, and I am going to continue my colleagues' comments about public safety. Other things that the study should do include officer records of profiling on the basis of race, gender, or nationality in stop, citations, and arrests. An evaluation of the ratio of investigations into police misconduct to those in which some substantive penalty was applied. Investigation of whether any third-party reporting system for negative interactions with law enforcement has jurisdiction over Stanford University Department of Public Safety. Current total deputized sheriffs, private security, and other public safety personnel on Stanford's campus in its ratio to daily campus users. Current ratio of deputized sheriffs to estimated daily campus users, monthly overtime since at least 20.
Our next speaker is NASA from the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Total officers in the Department of Public Safety to estimated daily campus users, monthly overtime since at least 2010. Total subcontracted or other security staff to estimate daily campus users, monthly overtime since at least 2010, broken down by employer. Feasibility of lessening these ratios, especially in comparison to other suburban universities. Determination of the minimum ratio of campus police to daily campus users that could sustain violent crime response. Determination of whether or not there's any correlation between the number of campus police and active shooter intervention response time. Determination of whether among analogous suburban or campus police forces, there's any correlation between the number of deputies and total reports of racial profiling. Record keeping capacity and organizational system with respect to stops, citations, and arrests, and demographics of both police officers and individuals stopped, and both safety and public community safety officers and individuals stopped. Enumeration and use and efficacy of non-carceral systems of law enforcement, mental health response, and in this portion of Santa Clara County, and which are available across the county. Number of incidents involving both police officers and community members related to sexual violence, and the portion of these that are direct interactions unmoderated by professional, by race, and gender. Number of incidents involving both police officers and community members related to mental health, and the proportion of these that are direct interactions unmoderated by.
Our next speaker is Caleb from the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Continuing with the municipal services study.
investigate the number of incidents involving both police officers and community members related to use of alcohol and the proportion of these that are direct interactions unmoderated by a professional by race and gender. Number of incidents involving both police officers and community members related to drug use and the proportion of these that are direct interactions unmoderated by a professional by race and gender. Number of incidents involving both police officers and community members related to theft or burglary and the proportion of these that are direct interactions unmoderated by a professional by race and gender. The mean, median, and deciles of the time taken to report stops, citations, and arrests to the county outside of the SUDPS, and fraction of stops, citations, and arrests which have gone unreported monthly since at least 2010. County switchboard calls originating from campus broken down by time and day of week, yearly since 2010, along with the mean and deciles of responding police officers and public safety, medical, and fire personnel from Stanford and other responding services such as Palo Alto.
Our next speaker is Athena from the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Additional information on the number of dependents that undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral students support is desperately needed. Over the past 6 years, Stanford has raised dependent health insurance rates by 80%, far exceeding any increases in our stipends. Some student workers with children pay over a third of their income to keep their children insured. The exorbitant costs of Stanford's plans have forced many students with dependent children onto public assistance. Stanford's reliance on Covered California and Medi-Cal to meet the healthcare needs of its student workers strains state and federal resources. Stanford is one of the most resource-rich institutions in the world, forcing student workers onto public assistance because the rates of dependent health insurance are unaffordable, places an unfair burden on public resources that could be used to support other community members in need. Having access to data on dependent healthcare needs would provide critical points of information in order to assess the cost for Stanford to provide more affordable healthcare to all dependent children and spouses in the Stanford student community.
Our next speaker is Hannon McShay. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Food security. A 2016 study at the University of California found that 40% of undergraduate students and 25% of graduate students experience low or very low food security. Wealthy private institutions such as Duke, MIT, and Cornell have similar levels of food insecurity. There is little reason to believe Stanford would be an exception. A monthly on-campus food pantry at Stanford regularly draws over 200 graduate students. This is troubling, since food insecurity is correlated with worse mental health outcomes and is a major challenge to ensuring equity for all students. We would like the Municipal Services Study to investigate the prevalence of food insecurity among Stanford students and the best ways in which to address it. It is also likely that the lack of food security puts an additional strain on county and state resources. It is unclear how many Stanford students use CalFresh benefits or utilize other food banks in the area, and a study should explore this as well.
Our next speaker is Chloe Brault McKinnon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Sexual and intimate partner violence. In a 2019 study revealed that an alarming 20% of female identifying students at Stanford reported experiencing sexual violence. However, Stanford has consistently refused to even measure the scope of the problem among non-students. Stanford claims that they bear no responsibility for the thousands of partners of Stanford grad students, visiting scholars, and postdocs who live on campus, refusing to provide them with the services students get: counseling, emergency housing, emergency healthcare, immigration consultation. Stanford administrators have told us that partners of Stanford affiliates should seek such services in the community and utilize county services. Furthermore, Stanford repeatedly trains its employees to send participants in Stanford programs to the YWCA if they experience sexual harassment in a Stanford program. This form of freeloading by Stanford takes advantage.
The next speaker is Arushi from the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Arushi, an undergraduate at Stanford, a longtime resident of District 5 and a member of Stanford Students for Workers' Rights. Stanford service workers are a central part of the campus community, and their perspectives should be included in the municipal services and childcare studies the county is funding. Service workers, especially contracted and part-time workers, are largely excluded from campus services such as childcare, housing, and mental health support. As such, workers may employ county municipal services to a greater degree in order to meet their needs in the high cost of living Bay Area. In order to draft a more equitable Stanford community plan that keeps community needs in mind, the county can start by ensuring that the child care and municipal services studies incorporate the perspectives of a broad range of service workers, from directly hired staff to contracted, contingent, and part-time employees. I'd also like to state my strong support and Stanford Students for Workers' Rights strong support for the suggestions floated by Stanford Solidarity Network and Reimagine Stanford. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alexa from the Stanford Solidarity Network. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I am reading on behalf of a PhD student in the School of Medicine. My first year, I was offered 8 hours of work per week as part of my PhD with the promise that there'd be more work, but that never came. As a result, I was highly food insecure. I went to seminars just for food, asking undergrads for dining hall swipes, asked my friends for food from their events, and offered to put on events for Stanford so I can take home the leftovers. This greatly restricted the nutrition content of my food. I noticed the medical school cafe was throwing out food at the end of the week, and I asked if I could take it. They said they weren't allowed to, but that they could lay it off by the side of the dumpster and I could take it and get it after. I have a fruit picker so I can obtain fruit from the trees outside of Stanford's campuses. A faculty member offered to take up a collection at his church to buy food for me. Needless to say, my time spent thinking about food is time not spent on my work or education. Not having that basic need met makes everything more difficult. It is hard to see how Stanford spends hundreds of millions of dollars on new buildings for me to work in, but won't pay a wage or provide the food to support that endeavor.
Our next speaker is Margarita Caraton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Margarita. I'm reading on behalf of Stanford Solidarity Network, and I'm reading on behalf of an international PhD student in the School of Engineering. Stanford's on-campus health center, Vaden, does not provide even basic medical services to dependents of students. As international students, my kids required a TB screening test in order to enroll in school here. Vaden did the screening for me, but not for my kids. I had to spend a considerable amount of time trying to find medical practitioners in the area who would accept Stanford's insurance, administer the test at short notice as the schools were pressing for it, and accept new patients. We eventually got the test done, but had to make 2 visits to an off-campus medical facility during these COVID times. In addition, we had to get several other tests done, which were not required by the school, but had to be done because of the protocol for the medical facility we visited. Needless to say, we had to pay an additional fee for these tests despite the already high monthly health insurance premium, $893.69 for a spouse and 2 kids.
Our next speaker is Ted. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin speaking.
My name's Ted Scarlett. Good morning, supervisors. First, I have a serious concern that all of these meetings are a violation of the Brown Act. Our Constitution affords government by consent. We do not consent to this. This is a total violation of the Brown Act, and you know it. You're excluding large swaths of the population from being able to participate. You're also now limiting us to 1 minute because you really don't want to hear from us. And I'm highly offended by the comment that was made to the news of never let a serious crisis go to waste. That is the words of a communist. And what you're doing to the people of Santa Clara County is communism. While citizens sit at home by forced order, you continue to take your pay. I implore all of you to turn your pay over to the food banks.
Our next speaker is Forrest. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm speaking with Stanford Solidarity Network, and I'm reading on behalf of a parent in the Stanford community. My partner's acceptance letter was inadequate to cover Bay Area living expenses nobody could have imagined. The remainder of our income would need to come from me and/or government assistance or both. We were excited to be a part of Stanford, but overwhelmed at the thought of surviving the next 5+ years with our 2 young and growing children. I could not find a job. With my lack of education to meet the income requirements needed to live in the Bay Area, even if my partner worked a second job and I found a real job, this meant we would need to get loans to pay for childcare. It made no logical sense. Instead, we felt like our only option was to get government assistance. We didn't know how else to navigate the high cost of living in this area. Despite my partner's education from elite universities, we are now almost in our 40s and still on government assistance. This has meant that my husband's employer does not financially contribute to our family's income or quality of life. This is the only business I know of which requires its employees to sacrifice the prime years of their life to learn this.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. We're now going to proceed. I'm sorry, we're going to take a roll call vote, and I need a motion and a second.
Osterman motion.
Second.
And we have a second from Supervisor Cortese. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Supervisor Semidian?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Apologies. I did just want to say for the record that it is my expectation that the municipal services study will address the many issues that were raised this morning by Stanford students and postdocs and employees and other affiliates. As I won't repeat them just in the interest of time, but just want to communicate to the administration as they go forward with the contract that I think these are all reasonable requests in terms of consideration. The one other thing I would just mention for colleagues and the public is this is not some simple wish list brought forward by members of the public. There is in fact a 1985 tri-party agreement between and among the city of Palo Alto, the university, and the county that specifically commits the university to provide municipal services as part of the agreement. That is the reason for the municipal services study, and that's why these issues are both timely and appropriate. Thank you. I'll be an aye vote on the consent calendar as amended.
Thank you. And just for the clarification, I confused the staff, and item 27 is intended to come back on October 6th. Thank you. I'm now going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Semidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask, that passes unanimously. I'm going to ask the clerk to make me a co-host. And then the second thing, I do want to just do a time check with my colleagues. It's 10:43 and we have just gotten through the consent calendar. We are going to be taking a break for the staff as close to 12:30 as I can take that, and it will be a 30-minute break. We do not need an evening break for staff, but we will take a 15-minute break if we get close to 5 o'clock. So with that, I'm going to move to item 8. Item 8 is a public hearing to consider the purchase of real property interest in 17045, on real property interest in 17045 Bowman Road for park purposes. I'm going to ask if the staff has any additional information that is not reflected in our information that we received.
I do not, Madam President.
Thank you. Supervisor Semidian, did you want to make a comment at this time?
No, thank you, Madam President. I believe my blue hand is raised for a prior item.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions prior to opening the public hearing? Are there any public speakers on this item?
There are none.
Thank you. Are there any protests or objections? And I see none. That concludes the public portion of the hearing. I'm now closing the public hearing. Are there any other questions for my colleagues of staff? Is there a motion for the resolution approving the funding agreement and the appropriation modification?
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Seeing no other discussion on the motion, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Semidion, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
and President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. We're now going to move to item 9, which is a public hearing to consider the issuance of California Municipal Finance Authority revenue bonds for the Kirby Canyon landfill site. We will begin by asking the administration if there's any presentation or additional materials on this item you'd like to present to the board.
Good morning, this is Paul McDonough, the Management Officer for the Treasury Department and Finance.
Paul, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Okay, how about now? Is that better?
Better, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Paul McDonough, Debt Management Officer.
Actually, then you went away again. So I'm going to ask if there's another staff person that can address us if there's any additional information we need.
No additional information.
Thank you. We're now going to go to the public hearing. Are there any speakers from the public on this item?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony portion of the public hearing. I'm now closing the public hearing. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Is there a motion for the actions in B, the ratification of the TEFRA hearing and the adoption of the resolution and delegation of authority? Supervisor Wasserman?
Sure.
We have a motion on all 3 items. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm now going to request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Semidion, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. We're now going to move to item 10. This is a food initiative report back based on a referral from Supervisors Semidion and myself. If I can, I'd like to go straight to the staff for a public presentation, and then I will turn to my colleagues for comments or questions. Before I begin with this, I did want to just make one overall comment and see if Supervisor Semidion has any that he would like to weigh in on. I wanted to really acknowledge the thoughtful work that went into this. And I'm very much looking forward to the board discussions on this item. And just for my colleagues, the reason this has been placed on a time certain is that the San Jose City Council is also doing an update on food provisions today. And we have a number of organizations and staff that are going to need to be participating in that. So what we'll do is we're going to let the staff do a presentation. We'll then go to the public for comment and then come back to the board for discussion. So,
thank you, Supervisor. This is Martha Wapinski, Deputy County Executive. I'll be kicking off this report. In terms of just the agenda, I want to point out there's a main report on food, restaurants, agriculture, and health access initiative, and then supplemental information was provided and is attached on the agenda to numerous questions that the board brought up during the August 11th board meeting. As you can see on the slide in front of you, we're going to be talking about the work plan partnerships and UC Cooperative Extension. Joe Zentek and Joe Davini are going to help us out with that. Then be moving on to the county safety net and partnerships. And Bob Medicucci is going to talk us through that. And finally, the equity framework and next steps covered by Hillary Armstrong. Next slide, please. So the topics you see on this slide, I just want to set the stage for this presentation. This is much larger than the current COVID response. This is about working together with all the partners to build a more resilient food system in the various categories you see on this slide. The county plays a coordinating role in the safety net and food production system and in the synchronicity between food access and food production. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Joe Zentek and Joe Davini.
Thank you. Joe Zentek, Director of the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency.
SEPA is committed to many aspects of the food system, and we've developed extensive relationships with local partners in this space, with our offices being regularly used to convene these groups. In addition to our ag expertise in food production, we have environmental health staff supporting the delivery of food safely to consumers, including charitable feeding operations and developing systems to support redistribution of unused edible food to the food insecure, and staff expertise in food waste recycling. Based on the collective input of county departments and stakeholder groups, we are proposing a work plan with the following objectives: expanding access to healthy food resources for families facing food insecurity, supporting food suppliers and restaurants to help them be successful, expanding use of agricultural land to healthy food production. This was reflected both in the Santa Clara Valley Agricultural Plan and the recent Food System Alliance 2020 report, Small Farms, Big Potential, and speaks to many of these issues that were also in this board referral. We are encouraging healthy procurement, food sales and purchasing, and we are supporting joint food waste and recovery efforts. Next slide. We are very pleased to be recommending the University of California Cooperative Extension to develop this proposed work plan. The county has contracted with the extension since 1996. Their mission is to engage and collaborate with community to create sustainable, safe, nutritious, and equitable food systems. And they are co-housed with us at SEPA on Burger Drive. Two very small examples of their expertise I just wanted to review. One is with nutrition, education, and partners. The Cooperative Extension partners extensively with our public health department, social services, Second Harvest Food Bank, the Health Trust, and Sacred Heart Community Services, and school districts in the community to deliver nutritional food and educate these populations on food nutrition issues. And of course, University of California has a great deal of expertise in our local food production and have decades of longstanding relationships with farmers from all sizes, from tiny farms of a few acres to our largest farms here in South County. And those relationships are very deep and productive. We would also be using to develop this study collaboration tools, as we've described in the staff report, so that we get input from the many players in this space. And with that, I'll turn it over to social services. Thank you.
So good morning. We're excited about this effort, and I think a key piece of what we're trying to do here is obviously leverage a lot of the existing relationships that we have. So the work in this specific initiative will be grounded in those existing safety net programs and services throughout the county. So that's, I think, a point of strength of an ease into this transition. We'll be working with SEPA and UCCE to ensure that the initiatives leverage those existing relationships. So we'll be working with our safety net committee, work we've been doing for years now, and that'll be co-chaired by ourselves and Second Harvest. A new initiative that we're currently working on with a lot of our community providers is the Bridge to Recovery program. And we plan to leverage our resources along with addressing the critical needs of the population most heavily impacted by the COVID-19 crisis through this work that we're getting off the ground currently. SSA will be involved in many aspects of the initiative, given its central role in the safety net and existing programs. And this includes our CalFresh program, as well as our senior nutrition program. The most immediate work that we'll be focusing on is just supporting the transition of these COVID-related food programs and responsibilities that have currently been taken on by the city of San Jose and transitioning them over to the county. I'll be working with the CBOs to evaluate the immediate needs as well as the long-term planning and adaptation of this work here. So part of sorry, Seneca, technical issue here. So part of what we're looking at here in terms of our internal county coordination is looking at working in our food space and meeting regularly to foster the collaboration and streamlining the current services. And our COVID-19 food response will have ongoing coordination between the county, the city, the County Office of Education, Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, Second Harvest Food Bank, as well as other CBOs that we're do a lot of work with. And we're also taking a lead role in coordinating this through our social services team. The partners in the food policy space will include the Food Systems Alliance as well as SPUR. And what we're organizing here is what we've organized recently is a convening in July, which we brought together more than 80 individuals representing a myriad of the cross-sector systems partners, many of whom are outlined in attachment C to this report. We'll also be convenings that are focused on policy areas across the food system, including food access, markets, purchasing, agriculture and processing, as well as waste and composting. And the policy recommendations from the convening are included in this report in attachment B, including the good food purchasing policy. And finally, what we'll be focusing on here is a work plan for the initiative that will really center on community voice and collaborative partnerships in this critical time. And hand this over to Hillary.
Can I ask you to stop for a moment, Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Bob and Joe and all that have been involved in this. This item's been going on for about 5 years. We've done a few things. I know through, yes, thank you, Peaches. We've done a few things. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, this is a $50,000 referral for collaboration. I'd be happy to make the motion now to approve the delegation of authority and move this on. I'm sure you've got speakers. We could let the speakers know if there's a second for my motion.
I actually wanted to hear the report, and also I have some broader comments to make. And and I appreciate the point that you raised that there's a subcomponent of this that has really been worked through the leadership that you've had relative to South County. And what we're trying to do here is integrate in a bunch of different roles that we're playing. There's been a whole day seminar that a whole bunch of nonprofits participated in, and this is part of their product. Thank you.
I'm in favor. That's what I'm saying. I'm in favor of it. That's why I was.
Yeah, thank you.
Good
morning.
Motion?
No, I'd like to let the staff complete their presentation. Then I want to go to the public, and then I'm going to give some comments and direction based on the work that has come forward.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, President Chavez and Supervisors. Hillary Armstrong with the County Executive's Office. We did want to make clear that the proposed work plan will be grounded in a racial equity lens and employing tools adopted from the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which many of you are familiar with as GARE. Food insecurity does disproportionately impact communities of color and exacerbate inequities and further endanger communities that are already bearing the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic's health and economic impacts disproportionately. This is due to historical racism, exclusionary zoning, and other racist policies that continue to influence access to public and private land and agricultural production, and manifests also in the existence of food deserts, which are areas where access to high quality, nutritious groceries is limited, also exacerbating health inequity. One example of a racial equity tool that administration and UC Cooperative Extension would look to for a model is the Attachment A University of Wisconsin-Madison Racial Equity Assessment Tool. And we would be working with partners to refine those racial equity tools for our local community. Let me go to the next slide. We wanted to let the board know our vision of immediate next steps as well as longer term. We're looking at convening stakeholders, including the City of San Jose, CBOs, and others, to continue in-depth planning around COVID-19 food needs and future disaster preparedness. The supplemental memo that was posted yesterday includes some updates regarding the city-county transition, and we're available to answer questions regarding that. And this work will also include inventorying existing programs, contracts, funding sources, and other components of needed for countywide food distribution related to COVID-19. If the board approves today's recommended actions, we would work to develop a draft work plan through the University of California Cooperative Extension contract amendment. We'd continue our regular internal coordination of food system work within the county and our external coordination with stakeholders, and report back to the board in early 2021 with a proposed work plan is our vision today. So with that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is go to public comment, and then I'm going to come back to the board for discussion.
Our next speaker is Sabella Cross. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Sabella, you're muted still.
There we go. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this timely and critical initiative that you have started. I'd like to urge inclusion of 2 additional elements in the work plan. Number 1 is deep consideration of the food processing and manufacturing sectors within the food system. These represent thousands of jobs and also about 60% of the county's $6.7 billion food economy. Secondly, I'd like to encourage you to look at this work in the context of regional work that's going on. There's currently a pending regional agricultural plan, and there's also other collaborations going with Alameda County and San Mateo County. And I think this can only strengthen the work you're doing in Santa Clara to really look seriously at this kind of regional coordination. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Liu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. This is Michelle Liu, CEO of the Health Trust. We're one of the Meals on Wheels providers in Santa Clara County. We strongly support this initiative, and with urgency, we respectfully request 2 things. Number 1, contract certainty, especially as food distribution transitions from the City of San Jose to the county. We request local government contract certainty for 12 to 24 months to help nonprofits cover expanded food distribution costs. Second, we ask you to recognize the full costs of food distribution as you budget for nonprofit contracts. We also ask that you make funding available to all of the local nonprofits who have demonstrated high quality expanded food distribution during the pandemic. Currently, several nonprofits who are doing extraordinary food distribution work are doing so without any financial support from the City of San Jose or the county. Thanks so much. We look forward to working with you.
Our next speaker is Katie Ettman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Katie Ettman, and I work at SPUR. I'm the Food and Agriculture Senior Policy Associate. And first, I want to thank Supervisors Chavez, Supervisor Simidian, as well as Hillary, as well as Paul Murphy, and a ton of other people who have come together at the county to bring together this referral. It's incredibly important to see where we're going long-term and address our immediate needs. So thank you all so much for your leadership. I am speaking today in support of moving forward the good food purchasing policy at a quicker timeline than has been proposed for the planning effort. This policy can move forward food procurement in the county so that it is more humane, local, environmentally sustainable, healthy, and that it includes a valued workforce. SPUR, as well as 13 other organizations, plus many more, have supported this process over the last year, and I'm excited to see where we can move forward quickly and together to really improve the Santa Clara County food system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Bacon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Chris Bacon. Thanks, Madam President and Supervisors. It's outstanding to see this timely action on this critical issue. I'm speaking as an individual, although I am a professor of environmental studies here at Santa Clara University and have been working in food system issues for about 15 years. We had the opportunity on March 8th, right before the lockdown started and the COVID crisis ramped up, to bring together 38 organizations and about 75 people on campus to help form an informal network called the South Bay Food Justice Collaborative. And we commend all these action in this area. So I want to highlight a couple things. The importance of foregrounding food justice issues, the self-sufficiency and community-based outreach that groups like Valle Verde and La Mesa Verde, part of Sacred Heart's doing, providing culturally relevant food to food insecure populations and building self-sufficiency in this critical time. And ask the work forward to also foreground the key sciences like agroecology that can rebuild and change a more equitable food system.
Our next speaker is Casey Hill. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Hill, and I am the Executive Director of Vegelution Urban Farm, located in East San Jose, District 2. Vegelution is part of a network of nonprofit food organizations that, from the first days of shelter in place, committed to pivoting and expanding our core program services to food distribution immediately and without full funding in place. Our network has identified collaboration as a guiding principle. To create an effective and equitable work plan, it is imperative that the public sector partner with the nonprofit sector to co-design community-based solutions to food distribution that respond to COVID-19 and the long-term needs of our most underserved residents. And by community-based solutions, I mean solutions that center the lived experience and the expertise of grassroots, place-based organizations led by people of color at every stage of policymaking, planning, outreach, and service delivery. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. You know, I know there's a lot of different players involved in putting the food preparation together. At the moment, I've only been able to see certain meals kind of come forward that I wasn't very impressed with. You have a veteran that goes there every day to the county building that relies on these services through the county, through the city, through social services. And when I look at the meal that he has, something's wrong there. Something's wrong when somebody serves our country and they're a senior and they're going through hard times and we give them a meal that I wouldn't even give my dog. So I know this is one place that's providing these services. It was like the Wendy's commercial. Where's the beef? You open that thing up and I was like, dear God, where's the food to feed this man? It's not healthy. It's just not looking good. So that's just one, just how I see it. So thank you.
That concludes the public comment.
Thank you very much. And again, I wanted to say a very special thank you to our staff. This was really good work. And I know when we originally put this forward, there was some consternation on behalf of staff about how to get their arms around something that had so many moving pieces to it. But I really appreciate that you all were able to do that. A couple of recommendations that I would like to make. One is I do think it's important to include both manufacturing and processing as part of our consideration. I noticed that there was some reflection of that in the documents, but I think that that both from when we're wearing our hats as a procurer of goods and also as we're trying to better imagine a more fair way to distribute and safe way to distribute food, I think that's going to be really critical. Second, I am very interested in the good food purchasing program of SPUR. I recognize that you're trying to kind of keep this all together, but what I'm interested in understanding is, or not to use a pun that you've probably have all been using a lot, is that I'd like to be able to get low-hanging fruit as we go through the process instead of waiting till some big ta-da. And I do think that the good food purchasing process is a valuable one, and would want to get a report back at the October 6th meeting just to better understand the timing and how you see that being integrated into our overall body of work. And then the other two areas I want to just recommend to my colleagues. One is that I'd like to agendize a presentation of the report that was sent yesterday on the program, on the COVID-19 food program. I do think we have to pull that out to better understand everything from the funding of it to the structure of it. I think this is particularly important as the schools have been given some new direction. And I just want to make sure that the board is really kept abreast of the transition or what pieces and won't really be pieces that won't be transitioned between the city of San Jose and the county. And it's my hope that if we choose a date like September 22nd or October 6th, and I'll leave that up to you, that we can have the full staff that's working on this from the city of San Jose along with our full staff, so that there's a lot of clarity about movement. The other thing is, just to my colleagues, I think it's extremely important that we have this discussion both prior to budget, but also as the federal government is looking at, you know, the HEROES Act or whatever else comes down the pike, and the role that food is or isn't playing in the federal mandates. I will defer to staff in terms of whether or not it's the 22nd or October 6th, but I want the board to hear this with enough time to give input and not to be at the tail end of the process or surprised by the process. Then just a couple of other areas that I wanted to lift up. And one of them is that, you know, I do think that that it would be helpful for the board to better understand who the lead folks are on the county staff. That, you know, like, Joe, are you the lead for the whole project? And so who's the project lead for the whole way we're looking at food? I know there will be individual leads for different pieces of it, but I'm very interested in knowing if the board has thoughts, concerns, or questions. They know exactly who to start with, so that we're respecting the fact that you all have different roles to play. Have you all designated the lead yet?
No, we have not. That'll be part of the planning before the next board meeting.
Okay, so perhaps by the 22nd or the 6th, whatever item comes forward, if we could also just have a better understanding of the roles people play. And I appreciate the point you raise about this is not a small thing, and appreciate the leadership of which you've taken it on. I would like, I don't usually do this even on my own referrals, but I'd like to move to receive the report with the direction that I've just included, and asking Supervisor Simitian if he could second that.
Happy to second, Madam Chair, and I do have just a very brief comment and request.
Great, and I'll go then to Supervisor Simitian and then back to the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you. Let me add my thanks to all who were involved. The first observation, which I think is an obvious one, but somehow gets overlooked, is we don't have a shortage of food in this country or this county. What we have is a system that doesn't get it to the people who need it. And so, you know, there are times when we have to confront shortages that are real. But in this case, if we can take the resources that are out there and eliminate the waste and redistribute the bounty that's real, I think we can get there. So thank you for that, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Madam Chair, the only request I wanted to add is just if we could direct staff to please refine their thinking, perhaps expand their thinking about how we can engage various community partners in the effort. I think, and I know this is a recurring theme with me, but I think once we get beyond the boundaries of San Jose, it's a little tougher for our staff sometimes to be aware of the work that is being done by, I'm thinking of, numerous nonprofits. Hope's Corner, for example, is one I would call out in Mountain View that is working on a food program at Trinity United Methodist Church. All of the various members of our EAN, our Emergency Assistance Network, all of those agencies I would think are likely partners. All of our community colleges throughout the county. So I'll stop there. That was just designed to sort of give a sampling, but I do think we'll be able to do more if we find a way to partner with all those various agencies. And I'll ask my staff to follow up with the staff who have presented this morning as well. Thank you.
That would be great. I really appreciate the point. So if there are others who've been left out, I do want to say which I appreciate the convening that all the nonprofits did to give feedback and input. It was pretty overwhelming, actually, and I've not seen that happen so quickly for a referral before. So I really want to especially thank SPUR and I think the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits and others for pulling that together. So I'm going to then move to see if I have Supervisors Cortese, if he has any comments.
Only appreciation. Thank you for the work and thank you for the leadership.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, you mentioned the importance of the COVID-related work and the urgency, and I just want to get a little bit more information about that. I agree. When the referral was introduced in June, I had asked about the potential to consider both short-term food systems that are exacerbated by COVID as well as the pre-existing and ongoing needs. And I am very concerned about how we'll address urgent challenges such as identification of policies and funds to support restaurants, bars, and their employees that are impacted by COVID-related closures and lost revenue, effective provision of school meals, which you mentioned, thank you, during distance learning or hybrid learning, food security relief for families, including models like the supplemental funds in the CARES Act that went to free and reduced price meal eligible families, and financial assistance for food system workers, including undocumented workers that may have limited options for paid leave if they or a family member is required to isolate or quarantine. Can someone from the staff tell me how these food system issues will be addressed either through this initiative, through the transition planning with San Jose and partners, or some other mechanism to get strategies in place as soon as possible?
I'm going to ask Hillary to make some comments, but I think both Joe and Joe might have some information there as well.
Great, thanks, Martha.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Ellenberg. And as we tried to convey in the report, this kind of immediate and urgent need around COVID-19 related food system issues is really this first and most critical urgent piece of the work plan. And thank you for raising these additional components. We'd be happy to report back on how those are kind of integrated into the larger work plan when we come back to the board, either at the end of September or beginning of October.
Thank you. Sorry.
Supervisor Ellenberg, if I could follow up while you're finding your place. I think that the one piece I just want to highlight is that there are a number of issues that Supervisor Ellenberg raised that really should be part of the discussion in partnership with the City of San Jose. And what I would just request is that I know we got some information late in the day, but as early as we could get that information, it's a lot to absorb. And I think the board is going to need to, in partnership with the City of San Jose and frankly the other cities in the county, really digest what the implications are of any new steps we take, and even the recommendations that were made by the providers as well, especially given that we don't know all of the funding availability and the like. So anyway, if I would just emphasize that I hope we get a chance to dive into those questions when we're able to talk very specifically about the subset relative to COVID-19 that will come back either on the 22nd or October 6th.
Good. So that addresses a significant portion of my concern. I wanted to know that these were going to come back well before early 2021. And again, I do appreciate the inclusion of schools as critical partners in addressing community food insecurity. And I think it's striking in the graph in the report that Second Harvest and schools have served the vast majority of meals in the last months to address the increased need for food assistance since COVID-19. And with regard to that, as a specific component of the report that, that Supervisor Chavez just requested for October, I'd like to see that report include progress on the emergency funds that have been awarded to schools through County Office of Ed, with any preliminary utilization data and recommendations for the next school year. And that's, thanks, Hillary, I see you nodding. And finally, the report that was added late yesterday did include some analysis as to the county's experience with senior nutrition, Meals on Wheels, and the Great Plates Delivered program. Certainly referencing the positives and challenges from those programs would be very important. I was a little bit disappointed that there's not more attention to the issues of food security with older adults relative to the proposed work plan with UCCE. The specific needs of both older adults and children should be directly addressed as part of this planning process. And those are the pieces that I would like to see, hopefully with the agreement of the maker of the motion and the seconder.
Yeah, that's real helpful. Thank you, Susan. Really appreciate it. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be supporting the motion. I want to give a shout out Recycling and Waste and Joe and Bob and everybody else. Over the last few years, they have done and worked so hard and so efficiently to take all the excess food that is in this county, as Supervisor Simidian pointed out, and get it out to the people. I remember a couple of years ago, the motion that led to the acquisition of refrigerated trucks, because although we had the food, had the excess food, had the people who needed it, we couldn't get it there without it being spoiled. And so there was acquisition of those refrigerated trucks for organizations to get it out there. And I think the collaboration, the expansion of the collaboration that this motion is calling for, you mentioned, or Supervisor Simidian mentioned junior colleges, the city of San Jose, other places all working together to get all the excess food that goes unconsumed right now to all those people that need food will just be an absolutely wonderful thing. I heard earlier today that hotspots like New York and Florida are just opening inside dining. And I'm thinking, oh my God, all the food that we have available that's going to waste, unused from farmers markets and restaurants and grocery stores that we've been distributing for years and years and years. If we could double those efforts, Madam President, and get it to the seniors and the children and all the people that are going hungry at these times, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. All right, so seeing no other comments from my colleagues, I want to again thank the staff. This was a really robust. I really appreciated the work, and I recognize that this is a big job. So thanks for all that. We'll look forward to getting report backs on either the 22nd or October 5th, or I'm sorry, 6th, or both, depending on the subject matter. So with that, and we have a motion and a second, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now going to go to item 11, 12, and 13. We're going to hear these three items together. And let me just see, I'm at 11. I'm going to ask that we're going to do is we're going to take the staff presentation. We'll then go to public comment and then back to the board for action. I'm going to just let my colleagues know that I'm just keeping my eye on this, the 12:30 clock. And I say that because what we may need to do is if we need to parse this up, we will. But if we don't, I'm still going to be trying to manage that break for the staff. All right, so we'll now go to Martha. This is your shop. Martha, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay, thank you. So as you said, this is a study session for items 11, 12, and 13. This is the culmination of the work of many people who were on the call to answer any questions you might have from the Sheriff's Office, Behavioral Health, Custody Health, Facilities and Fleet, Office of Reentry Service, and the board's management auditor, Cheryl Soloff. So under item 11, you'll have the regular semi-annual status report on jail reforms. Item 12 is the regular semi-annual report on jail diversion programs, and item 13 is the semi-annual report on the CAPS Community Awaiting Placement Supervision Program. So I'll go ahead and start with item 11. The packet contains the progress made on the 80 summarized jail reforms recommendations, the status of capital projects related to jail reforms, and the jail reforms referral list. And so under item 11, we have a presentation that focuses on one aspect of the jail reforms work, which is the slide you're going to see in a minute in front of you. The topic we chose for today's study session is how jail capital projects are supporting the reform efforts. And then following that, Custody Health, also under item 11, has a presentation on the COVID-19 response within the facilities. Now, before I ask Roger Suhu to present his slides, they're being projected there, I do want to call out one point from the report. It's the jail management system. So the Sheriff's Office, TSS, and the administration are working closely with the vendor to make meaningful progress on this really important JMS project. We're looking at tighter controls on deliverables from the vendor that's been put into place to ensure timeliness and quality moving forward. And then TSS has also strengthened their project team for better controls. I want to point out that recently the vendor's been working with the Sheriff's Office on a new portal for tracking COVID-19 inmates and staff at no additional cost to the county. And that county staff's been working closely with the vendor to determine a new go-live date for JMS. And as soon as we have, and project timeline, and as soon as we have that, we can report that to the board. And so with that, I'm going to ask Roger Suhu from Facilities and Fleet to present. And then, as I mentioned before, we'll move right into a report from Custody Health. Go ahead, Roger.
Roger Suhu, Deputy Director of Facilities and Fleet. I'm here to present to you the summary of our capital project. Next slide, please. So demolition of the main jail south is 70% complete and is scheduled to complete this October, November. The demolition includes the procurement as well as installation of the main jail north generators, as well as connection to the actually switch panels. Next page, please. The new main jail south project, the request for qualifications were received on April 10th, 2020. The county team has been working with the EB team. We've gone through 2 charrettes and anticipate requests for proposals to complete winter of 2020. The 80 improvements proceed on. The project is about 40% complete. The overall project is still scheduled to complete by spring of 2023, and the project is being coordinated to minimize impact to inmate housing. The M188 path of travel designs are complete and in permit. Construction is scheduled to start spring of 2021, and completion is scheduled for fall of 2020. M2 barracks ADA work, the designs are complete. The project was designed to minimize impact to the inmate housing by installing a new restroom to the patio outside of the main housing area. The Elmwood West Key renovations designs are scheduled to complete winter of 2020. We had to go back and redesign just for cost reductions. Next slide, please. Main jail north, second floor Custody Health. Designs are complete and construction schedule starts spring of 2020. Project completion scheduled fall of 2020. Elmwood Service Model Operation Plan. SMOP provides information for the Elmwood campus and evaluates potential for program spacing. Completion is scheduled for fall of 2020. Completed projects today includes Elmwood second floor ADA improvements, Main Jail North fire alarm, Elmwood Barracks 3 improvements, Main Jail and Elmwood surveillance cameras, Main Jail North and Elmwood suicide prevention barriers, as well as kitchen exhaust, and the final one of Main Jail North, 4th and 5th floor cell hardening. that concludes my presentation.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and straight into custody health. Go ahead.
Thank you, Martha. Andrew James reporting out for Custody Health. Thank you. So the statistics that I'm going to share with you all, these reflect the volume of inmates that were tested or the staff that were tested for the month of July, so the complete month of July. We tested 2,314 patient inmates, and out of that, we only had 54 patients who tested positive, which is about 2%. A total of 753 employees from adult and juvenile facilities were tested. Next slide, please. There were 36 confirmed COVID-19 patients. They were asymptomatic and they were housed in either the infirmary or the designated COVID-19 unit. Patients had vital signs and welfare checks performed each shift by a registered nurse. There were 69 suspected exposed COVID-19 patients. Each patient was tested immediately and housed in a single cell with contact and airborne precautions until the COVID-19 test result became available. Positive patients were sent to either the infirmary or a designated COVID-19 unit. There were 120 patients who were exposed to confirmed COVID-19 patients. All patients were placed in isolation precaution housing for 14 days after the exposure took place, and they had COVID-19 tests done on day 1, which was the day of the exposure, and then they were retested on day 5 and day 12 as well. Next slide, please. A total of 17 patients were admitted to the infirmary who had mild symptoms such as fever, cough, body ache, etc. And these patients received around-the-clock nursing care, which included full vital signs and symptom checks. Patients were assessed daily by a physician. Medications were provided for symptoms management. Next slide, please. Our continued effort for screening, all new admissions receive a COVID screening and test at the time of booking. New arrestees who have no exposure to confirmed COVID-19 cases within 14 days and who are asymptomatic are housed in a designated risk management unit, RMU, or a single room. These inmates are then transferred to a separation unit for a 14-day quarantine before they can be housed per classification. In the separation unit, no new inmates are allowed to prevent any type of new exposure. Cloth masks are distributed to all inmates at the time of booking. Additional face masks could be requested from custody health staff via the white card medical process. And all inmates are strongly encouraged to wear masks when they are around other people in order to keep them safe and others as well, along with maintaining adequate social distancing and maintaining good hand washing. Next slide, please. Staff surveillance testing program was developed in collaboration with Hospital Command Center, custody staff, and the Public Health Department. The plan was implemented on 8/3. The program offers daily testing during designated morning and evening hours. Testing is available to all custody, sworn and non-sworn staff, and to all custody health staff. Tests, which are nasal swabs, are performed by RN staff, and staff members are encouraged to get tested every 5 weeks. In addition to daily testing each month, we have 2 full days that are designated at each adult correctional facility and 2 half days that are designated at the juvenile facilities for testing. Next slide. And that would conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and pause here. This is the last presentation for item 11 and confirm that you'd like me to move on to item 12.
Please do. Thank you.
So item 12 is the regular semi-annual report on the implementation of jail diversion programs. I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic over to Sherry Thoreau, the Interim Director of Behavioral Health.
Great. Thank you, Martha. Morning, President Chavez, members of the Board of Supervisors and Administration, Sherry Thoreau, Interim Director with Behavioral Health Services Department. I'd like to just share my screen. Let's see if we can pull this up here. you able to see the Justice Services Continuum of Care?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So we just wanted to share a couple of updates, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gabby Olivares, our Division Director over our Justice Services, and she's going to provide some brief updates.
Good morning. So my name's Gabby Olivares, and I am just going to provide some brief updates and some of the work that's gone underway since July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. And also just to point out some of the newer programs that we've added to our continuum. So if you look from my left to your right, our continuum starts with outpatient services. One of the original jail diversion programs was our co-occurring outpatient program, which provides services to individuals with mental health and substance use disorders. Next, below that, we have our intensive outpatient program that provides services for 120 days. And it's the most intensive service which prevents further hospitalization or access into higher levels of care. Then we have our permanent supportive housing program, which provides outreach and supportive housing services for individuals that are released out of custody. Right below that, we have our supportive transitional empowerment program, which provides co-occurring capable screening, assessment, motivational interviewing, and warm handoffs for individuals that are releasing out of custody into the community. Moving down the continuum, we have our intensive full service partnership, which this program as well was part of the original jail diversion programs. This program serves individuals with 3 or more hospitalizations, and the program is for 12 months. Moving down our continuum, Muriel Wright, which was also one of the original jail diversion programs, is in full operation. It provides substance use treatment and also crisis residential. And our provider for that program is Telecare. And then lastly, our crisis stabilization, our Mission Street Sobering Station, which was not part of the original plan for jail diversion, but has come online, and it's a program that we're using for our justice involved consumers. And just right below that, you have a summary of programs in FY20 and some numbers of individuals that we served for those programs. So looking at the continuum of care for outpatient services, our co-occurring program served 108 individuals last fiscal year. Our intensive outpatient program served 184 individuals. Our permanent supportive housing received 99 referrals and housed 59 people. Our supportive transitional empowerment program received 299 referrals, screened for services 271 individuals, 133 individuals were referred to treatment, and 154 were placed into residential settings. Our full service partnership, which really ramped up last year, served 161 individuals. Our Muriel Wright substance abuse program served 50 individuals. Our Mission Street Sobering program serves 798 individuals. And then the programs now that I'm going to provide you some information, those programs were not part of the original jail diversion, but we have added them to the continuum of care. And these programs started serving clients in October of 2019. So our intensive service partnership program served 294 people. Our assertive community treatment program served 90 people. Our forensic assertive community treatment program served 56 individuals, and our in-home outreach team served 80 individuals. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Gabby. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Martha.
Great, thank you very much. Next on under item 13 is a semi-annual report on the Community Awaiting Placement Supervision Program, and I'll turn the mic over to Javier Aguirre, Director of Office of Reentry Services.
Good morning, board members. Javier Aguirre with Office of Reentry Services. Just some quick updates on the Community Awaiting Placement Supervision Program. So just for some historical context, this is a partnership with the Probation Department, Pretrial Services, Behavioral Health Services, Custody Health, and the Office of Supportive Housing. We work closely with our Superior Court, the DA, the Public Defender's Office, the Sheriff's Office, State Parole, and Treatment Facilities. So the report before you is a summary of the last year of the CAPS program. So between July 2019 and July 2020, there was 109 CAPS releases. As you recall, the CAPS releases come from the JAC list that the court administers, and the judges will identify an individual that needs to be released into the community awaiting placement. Those that are awaiting for mental health are typically received a discharge from the jail immediately to treatment. The most common clients that come to CAPS are those that are waiting for transitional housing unit or part of the substance use treatment system of care. Of the 109 clients, we were able to identify 97 that were known dispositions that were part of the program. Of those 97 clients, 38 of them made it to the full 90 days of the program before being closed out. 16 of those were successful. And the average time of the program is 48 days. So we had a few individuals that were just 1 week away from being successful, but unfortunately were rearrested. And there is a table in your report that shows a disposition of most of our clients, and the majority are not successful because of a bench warrant. Either they missed the court date, bail of noncompliance, missed connecting with the probation officer, or not enrolled in treatment and not having a contact with treatment. The new law violations, 18% of those clients, those typical were associated with drug crimes and petty theft. Of the 16 that were successful, we had 7 of them referred and enrolled in Goodwill, and others enrolled in other reentry services. So how can we improve this program, knowing that only 16 out of the 97 were successful? In your report, we list some recommendations that have been developed with our CAPS program. The first one is really utilizing our community and peer mentor staffing. Pre-COVID, we had peer mentors from behavioral health and community workers from Office of Reentry Services supporting our clients. And due to some of our peer mentors and community workers, our DSWs, and limited services, we're not using them as much as we want to with our CAPS clients. Another component of, so one of the recommendations is to really utilize our existing community workers as much as we can, but also look at our service navigators, our contracted providers, to link clients to have that peer one-to-one connection working alongside with their probation officer. And then one of the last recommendations that I want to highlight to the board is really working with probation. We have 2 incredible CAPS probation officers that work with our clients from day one when they arrive at the reentry center, being escorted by a deputy sheriff to the reentry center, work with them for the first few weeks, and then hand them over to their PO. So we're working with probation to allow those clients to stay with the CAPS PO much longer to work with that transition. And so we feel confident that we will continue enhancing and improving the CAPS program. It is one of the programs that we have a weekly case conferencing. We hold each other accountable, and most importantly, we monitor the progress of our clients. And Superior Court staff is available to receive information and report back to the judges to let them know how their clients are doing in the program. And with that, I will turn it over to Martha.
Great, thank you very much. That concludes our presentations today. And with that, there are departmental representatives on the phone here for any questions.
Great. What I'd like to do is we'll go first to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for discussion. I'm just going to let my colleagues know that what I'd like to do is give you the flexibility to go through one or all of the items that you deem as most important. I'll start with Supervisor Cortese and move back. We'll now go to public comment and then back to the board.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. We're talking about the reentry network, and I do get it. When people don't have the ability to tap into those resources, they end up just living on the side of the old city hall, your county building, and they're just begging for help, and they're being denied services. We have turned downtown San Jose into a psych ward right now. No one from behavioral health, mental health, none of them are going out there. People are afraid to interact with these people on the streets. Do we have to get special suits? Do we have to get the right people to work for our county that are not chicken shit to go out there? I don't know what's going on. This is sad. You guys don't listen. Washing stations, bathrooms, the ability for people to prepare food. You're doing none of that. All you're doing is putting in new security cameras, more plexiglass, and less services to help people. They're right out there in front of you, so start paying attention. These people are dropping deuces all the way around your buildings.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'm now going to go back to the board, and I'll just go see if Supervisor Cortese, did you want to begin?
Yeah, I'm going to pass for now. I don't have any major inquiries. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. I appreciate all of the reports and updates. That really is a lot of good information. I'm going to start with item number 11. And regarding attachment D to that, I was a little bit alarmed to see some of the significant delays in responding to supervisors' requests for information. I'm still new, so none of my requests are that old, but one of the items has been outstanding for 3 years and has already missed its estimated deadline for this year. In regard to requests for reports that are due to public safety and justice, I'd like the county executive and sheriff to work with my staff, particularly Yvonne Jimenez, to schedule as many of the outstanding reports, to be presented during the remaining months of PSJC. There are 3 meetings left, and I'd like us to do our very best to clear that backlog. Will that work for you, Dr. Smith?
I can answer. That works. Yes.
Oh, hey, Martha. Great. Thank you. Even better. Thanks. With regard to item 12, then, COVID has had a significant impact clearly on many of our crisis, residential, and rehabilitation services. Are clients having to remain in custody longer than they did before the pandemic, before they're placed into a residential program?
There was a period of time where the behavioral health providers had to adhere to the public health order to do social distancing. So they did had a momentarily close or readjust the capacity. So we did have a slight increase. But currently, as of August 28th, the average length of time for someone on the CAPS list is 21 days. Keep in mind that about 2 or 3 years ago, it was over like 40 days on the CAPS, on the JAC list for waiting for treatment. So we're doing our best to ensure that the individuals that are waiting for mental health treatment are connected to the treatment provider as soon as possible.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. The report also mentions a work group to review validated mental health screening tools for identifying individuals with serious mental illness was delayed in starting because of COVID. Who is this work group comprised of, or who are the intended participants?
So I would have to defer that to Sherry for behavioral health to give a report on that.
Great. Thanks, Sherry. Thanks, Javier. Sherry.
Sure. I'm actually going to invite Gabby to comment. She just began leading this work group in the last week, and so she can provide some additional information on who is participating and the duration of the work.
Perfect. Thanks, Gabby.
Hello. So the participants for the work group are behavioral health, custody health, our older adult, and our substance use partners. And For the next meeting, we're bringing on our pretrial and our probation officers to comment on validated screening tools that are used in the justice involved systems.
So you said the next meeting. That means that the first meeting took place as scheduled late this month?
Correct. It took place
last month?
Correct. And our next meeting is in September, I believe September 24th.
And when do you anticipate that the board will receive its first report on the recommended standardized screening protocols?
We're hoping that in the next 3 months, we can define what the tools are. So in a quarter, Supervisor Ellenberg, we can provide a report. And we're hoping implementation, launching of the tools will be in 6 months total duration from the start of the group, which was in August.
Is that, and that's separate from creating an assessment tool that determines criminogenic risk. That's correct?
That is correct. And what we would like to do is pair both items together, the assessment screening tool, and then receive the criminogenic risk from our public safety partners. And so when we screen, we would provide the screening recommendation and receive the co-occurring screening recommendation from our justice partners. And that would be sent together to our providers so they have the level of care and the risk to reoffend simultaneously when they receive the treatment referral.
And will this replace the existing tool that's used by pretrial services?
Yes, Matt Fisk and I have had some discussion on the tool that they will be utilizing, so yes.
Yes, it will replace.
Correct, it will replace.
Great, thank you. The final item on, my final comment on number 12 is that I'd like to request a report back from County Council and Behavioral Health regarding staffing requirements, and specifically whether clinicians are necessary for the PERT and mobile crisis teams. We've had an issue with staffing because we're not finding people that meet those criteria, yet there are programs such as Cahoots in Oregon that are staffed by trained crisis workers and not clinicians. And we have heard from several of our CBO partners that they could nearly immediately help with staffing needs if we change the qualifications.
Yes, we will prepare that report, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move on to item 13. Supervisor Wasserman and I have received reports on the CAPS program at PSJC. There's obviously tremendous value in the joint coordination between the courts, behavioral health, reentry, community peer support workers, and probation to provide what are essentially wraparound services to our most challenging to serve clients. These individuals are our highest needs users with the highest likelihood of recidivating. However, we've seen that with coordinated response, warm handoffs, and community workers that build rapport with these clients and maintain client engagement, we can be successful at turning these individuals' lives around and direction. Unfortunately, as it currently stands, this program is critically understaffed and underfunded. And if we keep staffing this program at the current levels, we won't see increased programmatic success. We just won't. I think we're now at about 15%, and it literally does not have to be that way. And furthermore, if we fail to adequately serve and monitor these clients, we put theirs and our community safety at risk. So in my view, this leaves us with two options. We either eliminate a program that really is the one good chance we have to turn things around for these clients, or we staff it adequately to provide the level of services that these clients need and deserve. I don't know if increased staffing for CAPS was part of the department's budget request, but unlike prior year, where the board was able to review and support departmental requests in the budget, the board wasn't provided with that opportunity this year. And as such, we don't and likely won't know the full impact of the cuts that we've had to make on the vulnerable populations that we serve. For one, I'm not prepared to give up on the CAPS program. And if I had to guess, I would suspect that my colleagues aren't ready to give that up either. So with that said, I'm requesting that the Department of Reentry and our county exec work to bring a report back to the board that offers options for how we might improve these services through additional supports, such as increasing the number of community workers. And I just want to kind of put the bow on that by saying that if we really are committed to justice reform and the recommendations for budget decreases that our county executive recommended and that we approved suggest a decrease in funding in some of our law enforcement work, it has to be accompanied by an increase in this other funding, or we end up, I think, in a very dangerous situation where we're removing one mechanism without replacing it with the supports that are very much needed to make this transition successful. So I'll look forward to that report on 13, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. Let me go to, through the chair, to the county executive or his staff, whoever he thinks is most appropriate. First with a relatively specific question, which is, I understand from community advocates that there are some challenges with the tablets that we had hoped to bring into the jail setting by virtue of some contracting issues. And what could I ask what the status of that is as we speak today?
Yes, I can start, and if Dr. Smith wants to jump in, he can. So just as a reminder to the board, in October of 2019, the board approved a contract with a firm called Legacy for both the telephones and the inmate tablets. Then in July 2020, Legacy and their parent company, Adovo, notified the county that they had made the decision to stop offering inmate telephone and tablet services at the end of 2020. So the procurement department, technology services and solutions, and county council and the office of the sheriff are in discussions with Legacy and Adovo to determine how it's going to fulfill its contractual obligations. Now, it's very public that Legacy Adovo selected GTL, which is the current supplier of inmate telephones, to assume responsibility over the agreement with Legacy. We know this because Adovo made a request for regulatory approval with both the CPUC in California and the FCC. And according to Legacy, CPUC's already granted approval and FCC proceedings are pending. So we're not going to just accept this at face value. Obviously, subject matter experts from the Sheriff's Office, procurement, and TSS, as well as county council, are looking at all the options available, along with Legacy Adovo's proposal to have GTL assume responsibility. They're looking to see what the functionality is, as well as, does this make sense? Is it the most appropriate approach for the county?
Thank you. I guess the question I have is, are we anxious that we may have to go out and do a whole new RFP, RFQ process? And, it seems to me we've been at this for a very long time, and I'm sort of hoping that we don't have to add another year to the process, which I think a new RFP or RFQ would probably entail based on the procurement track record to date.
We all agree that nobody wants to take this an additional number of months, and we're very close to making a decision on what approach makes sense moving forward. I'm just not ready to tell you today if it's going to include a lengthy RFP or not.
All right. Well, without formal board action, and I don't want to wade in too heavily on the staff prerogative, but I really think it would be unfortunate if we had to delay this for yet another year. If there's a workaround that's appropriate, I hope we'll find it. Let me shift topics. Could someone comment on the hunger strike at the jail and both the current status, what the underlying causes were, and what actions, if any, have been taken to date by staff?
Sure, if I could ask Custody Health Services and Sheriff's Office to weigh in.
Thank you.
Supervisors Committee and Andrew James reporting for Custody Health. So the hunger strike, I think I'll answer your question.
Michelle.
Oh, the sheriff is on? Okay.
Yes, she is.
Go ahead, Sheriff Smith.
You're on mute.
I'm here with both the captain from Elmwood and a captain from the main jail. And the hunger strike is over, but if I can ask Captain Hoyt to maybe make a couple of comments on, and then Captain Pageant.
Yes, so at the main jail, we met with representatives from the Inmate Advisory Committee, and we discussed issues and concerns that they had. And so we are currently working on some of those concerns. And then we'll be meeting with them again to give them an update.
Captain Pageant.
It's Captain Pageant from Elmwood. I'm going to mirror exactly what Captain Hoyt had just referenced. We met with numerous individuals within the jail and heard their concerns, took them back to see what we can immediately change for them, and some of the things we're working with the main jail, so we're on the same page.
And just to reiterate, the hunger strike is no longer going.
Thank you. I don't think I heard any indication of what it was about, what those concerns were. Could we get a little more specificity just than that they had, quote, concerns, end quote?
Yeah, so at the main jail, both facilities had similar but different concerns. At the main jail, when we met with the representatives, the two biggest concerns were the legal resource services that we contract with. So we are reviewing the contract. We are communicating with the legal resource to see if we can get better service. And the second issue was money releases from their inmate, from their accounts. So those were the two primary concerns at main jail.
And Captain Pageant.
Yeah, those concerns were brought up at Elmwood as well, but Elmwood was specific to a few other ones. There was a request to look into commissary to see if we can increase the current total they can order every week or supplement any increase with allowing the eye care packages to return. The other one was also related to milestone credits not being honored when they go to CDC. And the other was on the minimum camp, the inmate workers with additional incentives to continue to work.
So if I could add one more thing, even though some of the concerns are different, Captain Pageant and I are working jointly at both facilities so that it's equal and that everybody's getting the same thing.
Thank you. Ms. Wapensky, next question through the chair and to you or through you. It strikes me that in the last few years, probably 5 years now, we have spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars on what has broadly been classified as jail reform. A question I would ask you is, has that changed the culture in the organization at all?
That's a good question. I don't know that I'm the one to answer it. I'm not in the facilities every day. Perhaps I could ask the sheriff's office to address culture.
So we've hired a lot of people since then, and we've been working with plaintiff's counsel, and I know that we've come to agreements on a lot of the things that plaintiff counsel has talked about. I know that they're satisfied with our performance. A lot of those reforms have gone by the wayside with COVID, but our employees understand expectations. They understand the use of force, and it has changed drastically how we do business. And with that, culture is a very, very broad topic. But with all the changes we've made and with the willingness of deputies to work for progress, I think there definitely has been a culture change. But that would be something that's from my perspective, and I would maybe ask plaintiff's counsel or something else if they're seeing a difference. But from my perspective, absolutely, our staff is doing a remarkable job under difficult circumstances.
I might add that in terms of all of the resources we've expended on responding to the plaintiff's complaint and the requirements, we've done a lot of expenditures on facilities so that I think essentially all of the complaints about ADA compliance and other facility issues are addressed. Also, we've hired a number of medical and mental health providers and changed all our policies and procedures. And I think that is complied with the requirements of the court order. And we're having significant improvement in contact and care for the medical and behavioral health issues.
Yeah, I'll just make one quick statement and then move on to my final question for Dr. Smith and Ms. Wapensky. And the comment is, you know, we can and we have spent substantial sums on facilities issues and even on the provision of programs and services that are not just valuable, but in some cases essential, both inside the health arena and beyond. But if we have an organization that continues to do business in the way that it has done business before, we haven't really effectuated an organizational change for the better. And so that's the issue I'm probing. I'm not reaching any conclusions about it. I'm just expressing my continued concern and interest. And I will continue to have a concern and interest in probing on that sort of larger systemic issue, which takes me to my final question for Dr. Smith and Ms. Wapensky, which is, what is the role of OCLEM in all this? It is the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring. And I wonder how, when, and where we're going to fold their expertise into these efforts.
Well, I expect that as soon as we get the agreements signed, they will be able to expand their involvement in monitoring and research. Right now, they're a little bit limited.
All right. Well, all the more reason for there to be a sense of urgency around that essential next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Oh, ma'am, nothing further.
Thank you. I also have some questions and concerns that I would like to raise. I want to start with item 11. And one of the issues that I most am concerned about is that you may all recall, I know that a number of you do, that we headed out on this whole litany of reforms. And one of the roles that we asked Harvey Rose to play was to continue to audit the reforms, in part so we could put the list of those things that were done aside and focus on the areas that were of higher difficulty. The challenge that I see in our document is that we don't have enough information from the from Harvey Rose to determine whether or not many of these items have been completed. And I'm just choosing two random sections. One is the custody, hiring, staffing, and training. There are a couple pages here just that say not enough information, and it's actually true throughout most of the document. And what I'm wondering is, I'm not, some of these were, they've already been requested as, I'm sorry, they've already been acknowledged that they were completed, but they haven't had the final review by the auditor. And what I'm wondering is if the sheriff, and honestly, some of these are within sheriff, some are healthcare related. They're all kind of all over the map. So I'm wondering, Sheriff Smith, if you can assign a couple folks to review the audit, and then we can have the audit come back to FGOC to do an assessment of the outstanding items that are within the custody side. And then I'll be asking Dr. Smith if we can do the same on the custody health side. Sheriff Smith, what's your thought about how to get this assessed?
We'll work with Harvey Rose because I think that they have the master list that they're maintaining, and maybe go through and update that and report back to FGOC.
That would be great. And then for custody health, I know that I know that's not within your purview, Dr. Smith. That is under Renee Santiago. Is that accurate?
We both supervise it, and
okay. We've
had some reports back to Public Safety and Justice, but we'll go through it again and work with Harvey Rose to make sure that.
Thank you. I think the point of it is that we told the public that they could rely on this master list as a way to go and check our homework. And some of these, we've had them reported as completed. We just didn't do the sit down, or whichever staff person just didn't do the sit down with the staff. And I think that's a good idea. We'll bring this back to FGOC with those final. What I'd like to do is request my colleague, Supervisor Cortese, if we can bring this back to an October meeting, I think would be really helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to weigh in on the issue of the phones and tablets. And it sounds like, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but I am curious what is the timeline that a new path or a next step do you anticipate coming back to the board with some clarity? And I'm not even sure, Sheriff, if this is to you or to Martha or to procurement.
I can say within 2 to 4 weeks, we'll be able to report something back. I don't know if the sheriff has additional information they'd like to share.
Yes, this project has been going on for a long time. We are extremely frustrated that it has taken the amount of time that it has. We would love to urge TSS to find a way to shorten the time frame. It is a tremendous amount of additional work on our staff, like grievances. If inmates can use the tablet to put grievances in, our staff won't have to type them verbatim in. And that's only one example. You know, the JMS with that would also help. But this tablet solution has been implemented in many jails, and I don't know why it cannot be done in a timely manner in this county.
Yeah, and I recognize we have a vendor challenge. If I could, what I would like to request is if this needs to come to closed session, I just realized that the next couple of questions I was going to ask may be, anyway, if it needs to come to closed session, I think what I'm most interested in is expediting this with a partner that we feel confident in. And I know that's what you're trying to do too, and using our public dollars well. But if this, like I said, if the solution needs to come to closed session, so be it. But it should come out to the full board within the month. So if we can get a report out in October, would be great.
Yes, I can work with county council to get a report together.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to talk about the staffing study. I had requested an opportunity to speak with the consultants. I was curious about where they were in the process. I've requested contact information at least, 3 times, and I have not received it. So here's what I'd like to request. I'd like the consultant to report out to the full board in October. Like, where are we with the study? What's the holdup? And I want this in October. My request is for the October 6th meeting so that we have this discussion prior to having a budget discussion. And yeah, that I don't know another way to get the information that I've been requesting, so I'm gonna request it that way. A couple of other areas just on this item. One is that I know that we've been speaking for a while about the gender study that we had requested, and I don't know, Sheriff Smith, if you have an update on that study, the gender equity study, or not equity, I'm sorry. Well, it is about equity of services and the like.
I'm looking to someone else in the room, Michelle. We're working with your office, I believe. Is that correct?
We're about to go out for an RFP.
Oh, we are about to go out for an RFP. So I'm sorry I didn't have that answer off the top of my head. That comes from Michelle Covarrubias.
Thanks. And then does that mean that the RFP will go out this month? In September?
We're trying.
Yes, we're trying to do that. Michelle, if you can answer that question, please. I know you're not on screen, but.
It's been drafted and we hope to get it out this month. And we're gonna make contact with Maya. Maya also asked a question and we'll get her a copy of it as well before it goes out.
Great. And is there a problem with it? Is it being held up for some reason? And I ask only because this has been, I think it was a request in 2018.
Okay. So there's not a problem that I know of. We have a final draft and it has taken us too long and we have to take responsibility for that in not being as timely as we should have been, but we will work on getting it out and work with procurement.
Great. And so September is a goal, or is it October? What's the goal?
Michelle is shaking her head that September looks good, and I'll make sure that I stay on top of that directly.
Great. Thanks, Michelle and Sheriff Smith. I'm now going to go to item 12, and this is the for jail diversion. I wanted to say I appreciated getting more information from the staff, and I wanted to start with a point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised in particular about caps, and give a slightly different perspective, but I think it should get us to the same place. And that is that one of the challenges, I think, relative to the services, particularly as it relates to diversion, is that we wanted to understand where we have lines, where we have more people that need the service and the service is available, and where we don't. And one of the concerns that I have is that the structure of this is pretty tight, given that these are, from my observation, these are mostly local investments, and that the rules we're making up are largely our own, and that we have a number of providers that are providing multiple services that seem like they could scale up or down if given the opportunity to do that. My question is, as it relates to jail diversion, have we looked at the opportunity to partner with our external partners in particular to create enough flexibility to be responsive to the needs as they of people as they present, versus predetermining every slot that therefore impacts flexibility? I think that's a question for Sherry or Gabby.
Supervisor Chavez, we are working closely with our providers to ensure that we can more flexibly move between levels of care and services as it pertains to the services both within our adult system of care and those designated as jail diversion services. So to your question, yes, we're continuing to be able to look at that with our provider network.
And when you say look at it, what does that mean? They have flexibility now, they don't, but we're getting it to them. What's the outcome?
There's some level of flexibility now, but we're fully examining, per each program and level of care, information related to the current dosage, length of service, the availability of the services within each of our programs, and then working with the providers that actually have those services to be able to have, more focused conversations on how those transitions would happen. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we are in the process of engaging with our providers in those conversations.
I know we're going to have a conversation about this at reentry, and diversion is really, the core meat on the bones for that committee. My request would be that the formal process that's being used and the options being considered are presented at that meeting. And I recognize the meeting's coming up really quickly, and if it needs to be done verbally, that's fine. I know you already have a written report in, but the reports don't reflect the process that's being used. It doesn't reflect where we have wait lines. And I think what I've appreciated is you've done a lot to stand up more services. What's difficult to understand is where we have flexibility within a finite amount of resources to be more responsive. And my conversations with our service providers have not led me to believe that we've had those conversations at a deep enough level that there's a shared understanding, Sherry, of the vision you just explained. And but I think it would be really great if we could have that conversation at that meeting, and then also just better understand your vision of how we get there.
Sure. Yes, we'll plan to have the verbal report out and share a bit more about, with more specificity, our approach.
And then the other thing that I also want to reaffirm another point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, and that is around matching the service being provided with the right skill set. And I want to better understand where we're making decisions because of source of funds in terms of the type of service being provided versus where it's a best practice, and in part because if there are changes that need to be made to the way we receive resources, the board should be engaged in helping make that happen. I know that Supervisor Ellenberg plays a leadership role at CSAC, and I know that Supervisor Cortese and obviously Supervisor Simidian, given his experience at a state level, have there's a lot of opportunity to use the board to make the kinds of changes that we want to make. I think particularly because we've been a little ahead of the curve, in part because we've just been doing this a bit longer. So my expectation would be that not everything's going to work perfectly. And if there are changes that need to be made, you're engaging the board to support your efforts in doing so.
Yes, I understand the request, and that's related to being able to provide some additional information related to matching the service provider with the right skill set and the level of care. So I believe that we can provide that information back through a report with respect to the levels of care and the flexibility in service provider to be able to deliver those services.
Well, and it's also that the licensure that is or isn't required. So for example, where can you use somebody that's got lived experience who also, for example, received certification in dealing with drugs or alcohol? And that's really what I want to better understand, because it appears to me that one, it impedes our flexibility, and two, it impedes our ability to get the most skilled person providing the actual service, and not always, right? Sherry, I know that you all have given a lot of thought to that, and I think it would benefit us a great deal to better understand where those limitations are or aren't. And for example, where have we placed rules on ourselves that are negatively impacting our ability to hire enough staff to provide a particular service? And like I said, I know you've given some thought to that. I just think there would be a huge benefit to us being able to better understand that. I'd love to hear that at reentry, particularly as it relates to CAPS and some other services.
Sure, we'll do that. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez.
I just want to add, whatever written reports go to reentry should also come to PSJC so that we have that information as well. Thanks for all of those
Absolutely.
requests, Supervisor
Yeah.
Chavez. They're all good.
Yeah, absolutely, Susan. I think that's helpful for us, our collaboration. Good. Thank you for that reminder. I know that the last thing I don't want to open a can of worms, but I do want to kind of pop the lid just a little bit. And that is on how we're addressing the rebuild of main jail. And I just want to make sure, part of the reason I've been asking for the staffing study is that the structure of these, the physical infrastructure of these institutions, I believe, are very important to issues relative to recidivism. And I am still concerned that we chose a path and that we're not checking in on that path. And I know there are a lot of complicated factors to that. But I just wanted to sunshine this for my colleagues that I've been thinking a lot about this since we were very first looking at building the jail. When we met with the architects, one of the things that in fact, I think, Susan, right before you came on, that Ken and I were really pushing for places for childcare to be provided, but also so that the parents, inmates could interact with their children prior to going home and being able to have it be a learning experience. But also what we've seen in other jails is just a real emphasis on getting people out and kind of keeping them out. I know we've made some changes to our facility. I guess what I would just like to do is sometime in the near future get just a reacquaintance with the decisions that have been made about the physical infrastructure and how it relates to all the programming. And I feel like we've been having those discussions decoupled, and I think we should have at least one with the board that's shared, and maybe that makes sense for the next session. Martha, if you and the staff could think a little bit about that.
Will do.
Thank you. All right, those are all my comments. I think what we'd like to do is get a motion for 11, 12, and 13 with the information requests and the minor direction where it was applied, and most of it I think was pretty minor relative to getting reports back to specific committees.
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg. May I have a second?
Second.
A second from Supervisor Cortese. I'm now going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. We're now going to take a break. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. When we do that, we will begin with items 15, 16, and 17, and we'll go through the agenda until 2:30, and then we'll go to our COVID report and then back to our regular agenda. Thank you, everyone. Mike, are you going to say 1 minute warning, 2 minute warning?
1 minute.
Colin, are you back yet?
I'm here.
Colin, do we need to do a roll call when we reconvene?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna call us back to order. Give our staff a moment to get the meeting, beginning the recording, and I'm gonna ask for a roll call, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg. Present.
I'm here.
Supervisor Semidian. I'll come back to Supervisor Semidian. Supervisor Cortese.
Here.
Present. Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
Supervisor Semidian. I don't see him yet. President Chavez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And I'm just going to give a minute to see if, so we'll begin, and we'll acknowledge when Supervisor Semidian rejoins us. So we're moving on to item 15, and this is the care of children in our custody. And I'm delighted to be a co-author to this item, but I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Ellenberg to walk us through what's before us.
Thank you very much.
This is item 15 for those of you who are watching us from home. All right, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Okay, we're off. Thank you, first of all, Board President Chavez, for joining me on this referral. Our referral has the list of items we would like to get a report back from, but I would like to provide just a little bit of further direction and clarification. One of the items that we want to see pertains to access to educational, mental health, or health resources to support kids in county custody at Juvenile Hall and at the ranch, including plans to support both remote and in-person services. And for this item on the report, I'd really like to see some input from the Public Defender's Office, the Juvenile Justice Commission, and the presiding judge of juvenile court around their observations of what the kids at the hall and the ranch need in terms of those educational, mental health, and other health resources. These are the independent entities that have been in contact with the kids for the past 6 months. And if they are able to, I think could provide some very useful insight for us. And additionally, if we could reach out to the County Office of Ed, I think they would be a vital partner to these efforts, and of course would offer expertise on the educational needs. Finally, and more broadly, we should also see a comprehensive view of what the state requires regarding children in the care of the county, what the CDC recommends on safe provision of educational and health services, and what our local health orders direct to guide how our county services, in partnership with our providers, are maintained for at-risk children and families. And I'll end with maybe where I should have begun, but this is the third or so in a suite of referrals that are aiming to make sure that we are meeting the various needs of children across the county. And Supervisor Chavez and I separated out from our interest in the school's reopening referral last week, pulled out from there the kids who are associated with any county system, because truly these are the most vulnerable children in our county. They deserve and merit special attention. Many of them have been really the most impacted by COVID. We know that family visits in the case of kids who are in custody haven't been possible. Children have not seen their family members in person in months. Most of their, if not all of their programs have been stopped. For children in the foster care system, most of them have not met with their social workers face-to-face. They haven't been able to do supervised parental visits. And the trauma that is impacting a group of children who are already traumatized by virtue of being associated with our systems, I think is something that none of us should stand for. And this is critical work. I am eager to know exactly what we are doing now and what our plans are to get back onto a normal cadence as rapidly as possible. I'll turn back to Supervisor Chavez.
Supervisor, so I wanted to acknowledge that Supervisor Simidian has joined us for the clerk. Supervisor Ellenberg, do you want to make that in the form of a motion so that the board has an opportunity to discuss their motion?
Thank you so much. I'll move approval of this referral.
And I will be happy to second that. What I'm going to do, if it's all right, is I'm going to go to public comment, then I will come back to the board for comment, and I'll turn to the clerk to engage our public speakers.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. You know, we're talking about visitation here, but just because I'm not a felon and I haven't entered into the criminal justice system, that I don't get help like that. Well, there's thousands of people out there that the same thing applies. If people choose to do the right thing in Santa Clara County, it just doesn't work. So my advice to the public, if you get pulled in, don't use the public defender's office. Figure out a way to get some cash set off to the side, because you're going to go through a battle. Don't trust anything with the system. They're going to take your rights away. They're going to take your kid away. You're going to get a shitty legal defense out of the public defender's office, and you're going to be left high and dry. And give it a little more time, you'll be dropping deuces on the side of the county building, just like myself, because you guys left me high and dry, big time. Do something about it. My kid deserves a father, and I'm sick of coming to these goddamn meetings.
Our next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Maggie, we can't hear you.
Maggie, are you there? Oh, I'm getting no response. She was the last speaker.
Maggie, you want to try again? Yeah, if she comes back, we'll try to take her comment. Supervisor Cortese?
Thank you, President Chavez. I really like the referral, and I just wanted to ask if at least an informal emphasis could be added in two areas by the proponents of the referral. And one of them is just in the area of mentoring, particularly post-release on the justice side. But I think overall in the system, it's not something that we have resourced up on historically. I think the probation department has done a pretty good job in areas where there's been a particular focus and they've had some resources. For example, the neighborhood safety unit, the peer court, where that element has sort of been added in. And internally, it's always struck me that there's really, really excellent mentoring that goes on literally internally at the ranch while in custody. But post-release, we really, again, haven't resourced what happens in terms of that youth going right back into a neighborhood or a community without having an adult mentor, trained in one of the successful organizational disciplines that are prevalent in this county. And there's not a lot of them, but we do have some good ones. The other, and so I'm just asking for it. I know this is a referral and it was written broadly, and I think that's good. I just wanted to make sure that, or ask that continue to look at possibly expanding mentoring services and resources is included. The other area that I think we just have an opportunity in, again, the makers of the motion may feel like this is in one way mixing apples and oranges, but I think on the other hand, not. And that is just this issue of racism, particularly how it relates to overrepresentation in these areas. It's almost as if, well, I just feel my opinion is it's almost as if every time we go in and take a look at an area like this, and this is a really good thing to do, we need to start integrating a look at systemic racism while we're at it. Is there anything else we could do in terms of resources or integrated actions in terms of winning that battle? So those are the two comments I have. I'm certainly prepared. I'm making those just as soft recommendations. I mean, I'm adamant about them, but I want this to go forward, so I'm going to support it in any case, with or without those suggested emphasis. But thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, I think you raised two really critical points that I think do need to be addressed somewhere. Let me just kind of share through where I think this referral needs to be. The language on one hand, as you acknowledged, is broad. On the other hand, it's really specifically focusing on the face-to-face human interaction services that the kids who have been in our custody, in juvenile justice custody or in the foster care system, have lost access to. So for me, the focus here really is how do we resume that access? To the extent that mentoring is a part of it within the system, I absolutely agree that I'd like to know if and when and how those mentoring services are reconstituted. In terms of mentoring outside, I think that's a critical piece. We talk about that sort of support with regard to adult reentry. I would be delighted to work with you on thinking through how we offer or expand that for kids, but I'm just not sure it fits here. And with regard to the racial equity piece, 100% you're right. And any day you look in our custody systems and there is a significantly disproportionate number of Black and brown kids who are in custody, much the same as there is that disproportionate representation in our adult juvenile justice system. And there is so much that we can and should and must be doing to counter that. And it's all of the things that all of us talk about in terms of greater investments in community programs, in mentoring specifically that you talked about, in after school programs, in safe neighborhoods, in healthcare, in childcare, in early educational experiences. The more we strengthen these communities, the less impact, the less contact that they will ever have with the criminal justice system or even the foster care system. So I'm in complete agreement with you regarding where we need to go. So thank you.
Thank you.
So on that, I'm going to see if there are any comments from Supervisor Simidian. And seeing none, I'll go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for raising this issue. I think the mental health services are going to be very interesting to see what information comes back on how we get to these youth, the visitations, Zoom meetings, in person, et cetera. I'm looking forward to it and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really excited to support it too. I think the only issue, I just wanted to reinforce one point that, or 2 points actually, that the 2 points that Dave raised. I think one is that this is a really great time to do an assessment as to whether or not there are any barriers that are either relative to race or economic inequity in terms of resources. And I think the other question that I would really be interested in is better understanding that from a programmatic perspective, and I think, Susan, this was one of your points, from a programmatic perspective, what services and resources can be offered safely, and how do we balance the two? So I appreciate that very much. If there are no other comments, what I'd like to do is ask for a roll call vote on this referral.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Smidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll look forward to getting that information back. We're now going to move to item 16, and this is a referral that I'm bringing forward to my colleagues. And this is a request for resources to finish the work that we started on the census. And I wanted to just lay out a few reasons that I'm making this request, and then I'm happy to go see if there are any comments from the public, and then I'll go to my colleagues. As you all may know, the date of the census, the completion of the census, has moved a couple times. It was extended into October. Then it was supposed to end in August, and then it got extended into September. In March of this year, our staff, who by the way has done an amazing job on the census, pivoted as quickly as possible to activities that did not require as much face-to-face interaction as they were doing before. And so there was a pivot from doors to phones, from even phones to more social media, to some tabling as a way to get the word out. We, about almost 3 weeks ago, two members of the San Jose City Council, council members Esparza and Carrasco, raised a concern that in the areas that they represented, we had some significant self-reporting challenges from 2010 to now. And what that meant was that in a number of districts, in a number of census tracts, that we were 20% below where we were at this time in 2010. So what I know is that we have 63 census tracts that are at only 85% of where they were. For every 100 people that we sign up for the census, it has a rate of return of approximately $1 million to the county. And in addition to that, we have very, very hard to serve communities that we want to make sure we count so that we have more access to items like Title I, the identification of Title I schools, Medicare, and even as we've fought for years with HUD over how expensive it is to live here, how many families we have living in a home, we use this data to make the case that our area has some unique challenges. So finding out that we were far behind, and that the federal government had moved the deadline again to the end of September, we now are in a situation where we need more resources to be able to put people on doors and doing that safely in order to complete the census and make sure that we don't leave any of our neighborhoods out. In addition to the two districts in downtown, Districts 5 and District 7 in San Jose, it's also including, there are a number of census tracts in downtown San Jose, Alviso, and also Gilroy that are relatively far behind. The city of San Jose, in order to address this issue, has assigned 35 staff, plus these two council districts are adding their own staff to come to a 45 number of people who are walking door to door. And these are their neighborhood Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services community. The Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits is putting another $100,000 into this effort. And I'm asking my colleagues to spend up to $1 million to get our community counted. Given the generosity of these other institutions, that number could be lower, but I want to give the staff the flexibility to make sure that we complete the count. I don't know if all of you have received it, but I also requested some additional information from the Census Bureau, more to understand what the implications for the poorer neighborhoods are to not be counted. And also, I apologize if you didn't get it, but I did also request the list of census tracts where we were significantly behind. So with that, that is my request of my colleagues. It would be a not to exceed number, and the delegation of authority would go to the staff to make sure that we could put as many people on the doors as possible and do it as safely as possible, and make sure we're paying people fairly and that they're getting paid a hazard wage, as most of these folks are bilingual, bicultural, and would be at some more risk for COVID-19. So that is a motion. And I'm looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for me or the staff from my colleagues? We have one public speaker on this item. So I'll go to the public speakers and then I will come back to the board for action and discussion.
The next speaker is Raymond Mueller. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Ray, you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry. All right. I believe I'm unmuted now.
You are.
Yes. I do want to start by thanking you all for considering this. As you are well aware, this has been the most roller coaster-like year for all of us. However, it's not the first time that the census has been in this boat. The census did this in 1920 as well for the Spanish flu. We had the same kind of issues. So we were prepared, but not for this. What has happened now is we're at the end of our tenure. My job is actually done on the 25th, and our operations will be closing shortly thereafter as well. As you all know, there are still people that need to be counted. There are every possibility that we are taking. We're sending people out 6 times to every house, and it's vital that those houses get reached, but they won't open the door for us. So if I were going to entrust anyone with $1 million, I would entrust it to the county people who have been doing this job and who have made this county one of the top counties in the state, as well as San Jose, the top city in the nation for people over $1 million.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'll go back to my colleagues for questions. I'll see if Supervisor Cortese has any. No?
No. I recognize the importance of getting this done and the long-term consequences of the fiscal impact of not getting it done. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I understand the importance of this work also, but have some questions about how it's implemented over the next month. I am so proud that our county has taken the census count very seriously, and I know that we've spent $6 million in an effort to count every single resident, and I certainly understand the urgency of stepping it up even further in these last 30 days. And certainly if spending up to $1 million will net us more than that over the next 10 years, then there is very good argument to do so. I want to ask Dr. Smith just a couple of questions first, particularly after also hearing the previous speaker's comment. Dr. Smith, one of the things that I struggled with was whether the money would be better allocated to our own Office of the Census or to SVCF for distribution. How would the county make use of this money that differs from, to your understanding, how SVCF would use it?
Well, the way I'm understanding this is really a reinvigoration of what the county Office of Census started with. We initially started doing knocking on doors in communities where we thought there would be a low representation. But when COVID broke out, we stopped that because we felt that the people involved would be at risk, and we diverted most of that funding to media and other ways of communication. The way I'm understanding this is this would be implemented through contracts with the same organizations that we initially contracted with to do the door knocking. So I don't think there would be a whole lot of difference in the actual operational implementation between your two options.
I think, let me just add though, Supervisor Ellenberg, that the reason I made the recommendation to the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits is that's the structure we already have in place. So I was using the structure we have in place now.
And how does that does that differ from what Dr. Smith explained? Because he said that we have those structures in place as well. We have those contracts.
That's right.
No,
through the
same thing.
Yeah, it's through our contracts are through the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits.
Yeah, we did an RFP initially, and that was the way it worked
So this
out.
is, so it's not a question of the money staying in the county being used directly in a different way. It still goes out to SVCF. Thank you. That's very helpful. Why have we not reinitiated the door-to-door counting, since we know that it can be, or we believe that it can be done in line with current social distancing and safety protocols?
Mostly because we expended the resources. The county's now spent over $6 million on promoting and expanding the census. And so once we transitioned from door knocking to media, we basically spent all the resources. So I'm understanding this would increase the expenditure to a little bit above 7 million.
And this money would be used specifically and solely to support a door knocking campaign?
That's what my motion is. Yes.
Okay, I would definitely support that. And I also want to have confidence that we are spending that money in all of the census tracts that are currently undercounted. I think we've seen a number of them are in San Jose, a number of them are in South County. I think there are a couple in District 5 as well. Just want to know that we have the ability still in allocating these funds to direct the expenditure and the work so that it is done certainly with an intent to maximize the number of people that we reach.
Yes, I mean, my intent is that we prioritize the highest need areas and go through as many as we can.
Good, I would hope simultaneously. I don't want to see us.
I mean, it depends on how many people folks put on the doors and how.
Sure. Well, $1 million should hopefully get us lots and lots of people. I also appreciate that the request is for up to $1 million, not necessarily that amount. I think we should go full force on this over the next 30 days and see if we can get everybody counted. Thank you for bringing this referral forward.
You bet. Thanks for the questions. Supervisor Simitian, do you have any comments or questions on this?
I do not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. According to staff, a total of 63 census tracts have self-response rates less than 85% of 10 years ago. Of those 63, 7 of those tracts, as you've mentioned, are in the city of Gilroy. That means 11% of the census tracts that are trailing are in the city of Gilroy, which represents just 3% of Santa Clara County. I think this is money well spent. I think in this case, it's spending money to make money. I believe each person we count generates about $1,800 per year over 10 years, which would mean if we count 50 extra people by this effort and receive $1,800 a year for the next 10 years, that'll be $900,000. So if we can count 60 people or more, it'll be well worth the investment and for the decade to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will ask for, we have a motion and a second, and I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes. I want to thank my colleagues and really encourage our partners out there to go count and count fast. There you go.
And
next,
count safely. Sorry, safely.
That's right. You're
wear
right.
your masks, wear your gloves, step back from the door.
That's right. All of those good things.
Take good
You're
care.
exactly right. All right. So we're going to move on to item 17, and this is the Homekey program move to rescind. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Cortese, and we have two ways of doing this. I think one is the action to rescind, so we can discuss the item. Actually, I might need help from council on this, but Dave, do you know, or do you want council to weigh in just on the process for a minute?
Well, it does involve reconsideration because the item basically in its exact form came to us before and it's already been voted on. So I know it's important for us to formally acknowledge that we would need to reconsider. And I don't know if that impacts the order of how we do things in terms of the options, listed here, but I'm open to whatever Mr. Williams wants in terms of how we proceed.
Thank you. James?
Yes, procedurally, the board first needs to take action A, which is to rescind the prior action before it can then move on to discuss item B under the rules of procedure. So there would first need to be a motion with respect to item A, and that would need to pass first.
I'm happy to move A, and then I'm certainly happy to explain at least if enough on the motion, if necessary, to encourage us to try to get beyond A over to B. So that's a motion on A.
I'll make the second on that. Can I second it? Because I voted no last week.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Okay, if I may, President Chavez. So again, just to get through the rescission part, if we can. I mean, obviously, if the board doesn't have an appetite to rescind, then we're not going to get into the more substantive discussion as to how to move the item differently. With, as I mentioned during the consent part of our agenda today, that there's an interest in removing the palm tree in motel and essentially leaving everything else the same in terms of the action. But in order to get to a discussion and an action up or down on that, we would have to move forward the rescission, as I understand it, whether or not we decided to take a different action afterwards. So it's essentially the rescission is, for all intents and purposes, a motion for reconsideration, so we can get into the substantive discussion here, unless Mr. Williams objects to my characterization of that. So I'm hoping that we could just get past this and get into the substantive discussion. And I'm sure there may be colleagues who would have more technical questions about what goes forward, what doesn't, how does it work, what happens to the money, and all that good stuff. But we need to get past this item A first.
And if I could just make a point of clarification, it's my understanding that item 66 on the last agenda is only that specific site. There were a bunch of different resolutions related to the Homekey program. Staff maybe can confirm that, but it was just for the specific site. So that may help with the conversation.
Yes, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Keely. I can confirm that item 66 was just for the Palm Tree Inn. that on August 25th, the Board of Supervisors also approved items 64 and 65 related to two other Homekey sites and applications.
If I may, President Chavez, it's still a little confusing. Key, maybe you could expand a little bit more on that, because the supplemental that your office provided actually lists 5 different locations: a Milpitas site, Casa de Novo in San Jose, Palm Tree Inn, Sure Stay Best, Western, and then last but not least, Leghorn Street in Mountain View. And before we go off rescinding things, I'm hearing you say that despite the fact that you included all those in the supplemental, the only one that's been identified for rescission based on my request would be Palm Tree Inn, and the rest would be unaffected by today's actions. Is that?
Yes, Supervisor, yes, that is correct. The county is an applicant or co-applicant in 3 Project Homekey applications, which the board reviewed last week. And one of them, item 66 from last week, was this Palm Tree Inn. In the off-agenda report that the Office of Supportive Housing provided, we did try to just let the board know about the other sort of sites that the City of San Jose and the City of Mountain View were trying to acquire using Project Homekey funds.
Right. Okay. So with that clarification, then again, obviously the motion is already made, President Chavez, but hopefully that clarification indicates the motion is narrowly tailored to rescind actions related to only Palm Tree Inn in San Jose.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about the action we're going to take right now? It's really so that we can have the conversation. Okay, seeing none, then what I'm going to ask is that we take an action. We have one public speaker. Maybe I'll take the public speaker right now, and then we can have both actions together.
The next speaker is Nick Casper. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. I'm Nick Caspar, Council Member Esparza's Chief of Staff. While Project Homekey is serving a great need for supportive housing, implementing Project Homekey at the Palm Tree Inn is further saturating a low-income minority neighborhood, a neighborhood that is already experiencing overcrowding and saturation with services for the unhoused, overwhelming services like police and fire. Given these harsh realities, the city is investing in the Monterey Corridor to implement long-term solutions to uplift this underserved community. This investment includes funding allocated to beautify the corridor, hiring a consultant to study land use, as well as supporting the Monterey Corridor Working Group to support job growth and business expansion. The city has applied for a grant through the Economic Development Administration to further invest in the Monterey Corridor. Therefore, I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors rescind the past action to acquire the Palm Tree Inn for Project Homekey.
That concludes our public comment.
Thank you. I'll go back to the board just on the rescission vote first, and then we can go. Are there any comments on the rescission vote? Supervisor Smidian.
Well, a question, Madam Chair, and since we've opened it up for public comment on the merits, essentially, and since the vote to rescind is de facto to undo a position we take, I do think it would be helpful. The reason I asked that this stay on the agenda is I feel like I did have a chance to talk with Council Member Maya Esparza. I have her letter as well. I appreciate both, but it would be helpful to hear sort of from Supervisor Cortese as the referral, the basis for the referral, and also to hear from staff where things stand if we take the action to rescind and then don't take a subsequent action, because this initial action does in fact mean that we're not moving forward absent some affirmative action to the contrary. So I'm trying to figure out based on the staff memo where we are on this particular project, putting aside the project Homekey funding or not. And I'm also trying to figure out just what the rationale of my colleague is. I'm genuinely open-minded on this. I'm just trying to understand what's happening here. It was very helpful for me to talk with the council member, obviously, but those are my two requests before we cast a vote.
So before I go to Supervisor Cortese, one sounds like a process question, Supervisor Simitian. Is that accurate?
No, I think the challenge, Madam Chair, is that if we rescind, then by definition, we are not going forward. So the process question really is substantive in its impact. And since we've already had a speaker, which was helpful, speaking to the sort of substance of the reasoning behind the request to rescind, I just think before I cast a vote to undo what we voted to do at the previous meeting, it would be helpful.
About content.
Really.
Got it. Okay. Content, Supervisor Cortese, and then I'll put myself in line as I represent the area.
Yeah, great. No, and I can appreciate that, Supervisor Simitian. I actually originally tried to draft this to bring it forward as a motion for reconsideration with then any actions following that, like rescission or readoption of a resolution and so forth, because that's the only way I've ever done it in my career in Robert's Rules and Parliamentary Procedure. It's just threshold question: do we even want to reconsider? And I know this starts off with the rescission being first, so I get it completely in terms of your point. I mean, we're into a substantive vote already, process being as it is, or referral written the way it is. But I don't want to. I follow good advice of counsel and the clerk and everybody else in putting these things forward once we make an initial draft. So that said, I think your understanding of the substantive issues, if you talk to Councilmember Esparza, is probably pretty good, and probably my understanding doesn't far exceed anyone else's on this, other than the fact that I've had opportunity on several occasions past, in part because of the Fairgrounds Master Plan work and other work out in that area, invitations to community meetings around the Vietnamese Service Center, the huge, largest permanent supportive housing complex that the county has going in this district, a stone's throw away. In that Tully Center Road area. We all know about Little Orchard, which is housing 29% of obviously our, we don't, of our shelter numbers. I was just going to opine, not that our shelter numbers are huge by any means. Obviously, that's something we're working on. So there's been this broader conversation going on in the city about of San Jose about how can we look at geographic equity in terms of maximizing, not in terms of what's fair or what's unfair to the public, but in terms of maximizing other potential sites, be them motels, heavy industrial areas like the area where Little Orchard is located, permanent supportive housing sites that could also be among the largest the county builds, but in other council districts. It's not our debate because obviously this is not the city council, but I thought I was reminded, unfortunately, after the fact of the last vote by Councilmember Esparza, that all those policy issues create for her and for the council a situation where that this kind of a project, this Homekey opportunity, really comes into conflict with a look that they're doing in terms of trying to make these kind of investments spread out a little bit more evenly throughout the city. Now, if that wasn't the case, honestly, I would say we have an opportunity. We're in this, to take advantage of opportunities where we have cooperation from our municipal partners. Let's do it. And that was casually my approach last week. Frankly, kind of forgetting about the both underlying and overriding issues, policy issues that are being debated over at the city. I think it's telling to some degree that that there aren't others at the city coming forward to us saying, wait, this really has to happen. And I take that as validation to some degree of Councilmember Esparza's continuing description and depiction of the policy issues they're trying to sort out there. So that's what I know about it substantively. It seems in that instance where the city comes back and says, everybody, in a sense, people kind of got out in front of another process that we have going on here in terms of location of these facilities. I don't know if anyone's doing a mea culpa here. It just happened that last week. In effect, Palm Tree Inn got out in front of another process going on at the city in terms of location of facilities. So it's as much a courtesy to them, to the city, to say, let's pull this one off, let them finish their debate, their deliberation over there as to where, what, how, when to do this. And we can just, in essence, get out of the way in that regard. So that's my take on it. There may be others. Supervisor Chavez said it's actually in her district. So I may, for the reasons I described earlier, I've been a frequent visitor over to the area, mostly because of other housing issues in the fairground situation, and invited out to speak with people in the Monterey corridor who are involved with all these issues, who are also involved in a big study out there. Supervisor Chavez, I think that's about the best I can do in terms of a little bit of a brain dump on, what I came into the meeting with today. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add 3 things. One is that the report that we got, the supplemental report, said that all of the properties that were being brought forward in partnership with the cities they were in. And that's not the case with this site. The site is, it's designated as combined commercial industrial, and the council member has told us that she's not supporting any change to the designation, which means that we're not going to be able to turn it into housing. So one is, it wasn't done in partnership, and that's what the report said, and it should have been. Second, I will just let you know that you all may know that the single largest permanent supportive housing site that we have and the single largest shelter we have are both in this district. And even with them both being in this district, we met with the council member to look at property that is contiguous to property we own to add another 400 units. After the council member, prior to that, the council member had told us they'd asked us to look other places, but we found another site. We were very keen on getting this site. It's off of Center Road, where you all know that we have other properties that we own, and the council member was amenable to that. So what concerned me about this was that after the city staff was told by the council member that she did not have interest in this, the city staff then conveyed to our staff, I'm presuming the lack of interest, but conveyed the availability of the property, and then we moved forward with it after we'd already received support on 2 very challenging projects in the area. So if this had been done in partnership, I would have had no reason to vote no last week. And I would just ask my colleagues for their support, particularly given that we have another 400 unit project in the same area that we're going to need to entitle.
Thank you. And I wonder if we could hear from staff. And the piece that I'm trying to get to is putting aside the project Homekey funding component. What is our involvement to date, engagement to date, commitment to date, if any, on the property? And how will that be affected, if it will, by our taking the action that is requested today?
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. If I may, Consuelo Hernandez, Acting Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. I did want to clarify that the action that the board is taking today and took last week is only related to the Project Homekey funds. It's not, we didn't actually ask the board to take action on the acquisition. Hearing your comments today, if the board is not interested in staff pursuing acquisition, we have a non-binding letter of interest, which we would cancel. And so you're right, there are two separate actions that we're taking here. One is related to an opportunity in grant funding that is also tied to an assembly bill, which does allow the development of housing, regardless of what the baseline zoning is. And that's one of the kind of benefits of the funding is if you are awarded, you have this ability to streamline from a land use perspective. As we mentioned in our supplemental memo, based on the very low availability of funds in the program and the fact that our county has already received a tentative designation for one of the projects we submitted, it's unlikely that this site will get funded. And quite honestly, it's unclear whether any of the other sites will be, because we're competing against all of the other counties in our area for $98 million. And we've received a tentative award of 29.2. I hope that answers your question. I'm happy to go in through the logistics of the acquisition process.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the clarification. It was very helpful. And I'm sorry if my question was a little obscure, but I was struggling in part because I knew there was a backstory here that I wasn't familiar with. And I do think it's helpful if we're going to get to a good result here, whatever that might be, to be clear about the fact that rescinding the Project Homekey application for these funds is one piece of the conversation, but the other piece of the conversation, as we just heard from staff, is whether they go forward independent of that or whether they stop bring a halt to the conversation that they've been having previously with that non-binding letter of interest that was referenced. So thank you, Madam Chair. That was helpful, at least to me, in understanding where things stand and what the connection is between them. So, and again, thanks to Councilmember Esparza, who was very generous with her time in terms of sharing her take on the circumstances in this particular neighborhood.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? Supervisor Ellenberg?
What I'm puzzling about right now is why we didn't have this conversation last week. The item was on consent. I believe it was pulled off of consent. I was given no information about the city of San Jose's opposition, about any concerns about this property. Our focus has been on acquiring properties for emergency housing. This was an opportunity to acquire something quickly. It would house 27 people. It seemed to me to be in line with all of our priorities. And I understand, Supervisor Chavez, that you voted no last week.
And we also received a letter. We received a letter in our packet from from Councilmember Esparza last week as well. And to be honest with you, the reason I didn't pull it off and the reason I didn't have the discussion is that I was so angry about the circumstances that I wanted to, and frankly, there was one piece of information that I didn't receive until that morning, and that was that according to Councilmember Esparza, that the city staff knew that she was opposing it, and the city staff then conveyed the availability of the property to our staff. And so I didn't know how to have that conversation without.
Let me be clear, and you don't owe anybody an explanation for your vote. I'm just noting that we are now having the conversation that really properly should have happened last week with more information before us. So Supervisor Simidian's questions addressed all of my concerns about any potential penalties of pulling out from this. It's clear to me that there are no penalties. It's clear to me that we were unlikely to get those funds, that we were not going to necessarily proceed with the purchase in the absence of those funds. It really, frankly, is the communication piece that I feel wasn't sufficient from our staff. And I do realize that Councilmember Esparza sent the letter and the opportunity to speak with her at length after last week's vote. And it seems to me that this is something that probably should not have been brought to our board for consideration.
Supervisor Wasserman, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you. Yes, I did. Through you to Consuelo, if I may, if she's still available.
Yes, I'm here, Supervisor.
Hello there. Thank you. I just want clarification, and Supervisor Ellenberg just touched on it. You're saying we do not have the grant funding for this property now, nor is it likely, because we've received a third of the total allocation already, that we would get grant funding.
That is correct. It is unlikely. The way that the state is handling the money, it is approval by site. So
Okay.
they haven't.
We've received like 29 out of the 90 million, and this property has not been approved for grant funding and may well not.
Right. So this property, along with the other remaining applications that we are aware of in our county, are competing with other properties across the 9 Bay Area communities for the same small dollar amount. So the county doesn't receive an allocation of 90 million and then projects get to compete. Projects are competing independently across the 9 Bay Area cities or communities for the 98 million.
And again, through the chair, if I may, Consuelo, you made a mention about the zoning, and I had a lengthy conversation with the council member as well, Councilmember Esparza. If we got the grant money, regardless of the zoning, we could use it as housing. But if we did not get the grant money and it was our own funds, we could not use it as housing. Is that correct?
You could not use it for permanent housing, as Board President Chavez summarized. It is not permanent. Supportive housing is not a permitted use. Temporary housing is.
Okay, so transitional temporary housing could be.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I just want to add one thing that I would recommend our staff give us some more information about, and that is that you may know that we have a unique relationship with the city of San Jose, in part because of a settlement of a lawsuit that impacts our ability to take specific action within the city of San Jose without their ability to do land use designation, even if it's a primarily county county use, and the fairgrounds is an example of that. So one thing I would like to ask staff to get the board off agenda is whether or not that law supersedes our legal framework that we currently work within the city of San Jose. I think that just would have been important for us to know and for our staff to know before we go off, you know, on using that state law in particular to try to build housing. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second for rescinding the action only on the palm tree property. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you.
And President Chavez, I would move item B.
So we have a motion for item B and a second. Do we have a second? I'll be that second. We have a motion and this, yeah, a motion and a second on item B. And I just want to ask real quick, James, this is the right sequence?
Yes, it's the right sequence, but based on my understanding of the item, and maybe staff can confirm this, I don't actually think there's a need. If the intention of the board is to not have any further action occur with respect to this site for project for Homekey, then I do not believe further action is necessary on item B. because there would be no need to adopt the resolution.
And I think that's what Supervisor Semenian was saying, like, it seems like a lifetime ago, but like maybe 5 minutes ago. So, all right. So no further action. I want to thank my colleagues very much. And, you know, sorry for the confusion, but appreciate Supervisor Cortez you bringing that back. We're going to now move on to the county executive's report. That's item 18.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about budget process for November. Staff heard loud and clear from the board during the August meeting that there was a desire for more time to process recommendations. So we're planning on a different schedule. Obviously, if the board disagrees with this schedule, we won't implement it, but I'm hopeful that you will agree. We are recommending to the departments that they come back to us with targets for reductions by September 25th. We intend to send out a set of budget instructions to that effect this evening or tomorrow morning. We are envisioning for the board 2 budget workshops and 3 budget hearing days in November, which is considerably more than we had originally scheduled. We would suggest November 5th and 6th for the workshops, which is the 2 days after our November 4th meeting, and November 18th and 19th for the beginning of the hearings, and then the last hearing day and adoption on the 23rd of November. We, in terms of strategies, which the board and the public discussed and the department heads have discussed, we've decided to take a slightly alternate strategy from what was initially discussed in terms of our priority setting. That is basically a 2-part parallel process. For the November process, we will focus on reviewing the previous recommendations that departments came up with in June and July that were not implemented. We are going back with the departments, updating those, seeing if they still make sense. If they don't make sense, we won't use them, but if they do, we'll suggest them to the board. We're also asking for targets having to do with Object 1 reductions for November. But because the board wanted to have a lot more time for the CBOs to talk about Object 2 contracts, those are the contracts and services, we're suggesting that the departments begin negotiating with the CBOs between now and February, and we won't consider Object 2 reductions until we finish those in February, which should give the CBOs significant time to work on those options. And then in addition to that, as the board knows, we've been considering the possibility of incentives to separate for our county employees who might want to take advantage of that, similar to what happened with the courts. We will, between now and February, again, not doing anything in November, but between now and February, work with the unions and with the board in closed session to see if we can come up with something that makes sense. So the 2 parallel actions are focus on past recommendations and Object 1 in November, and begin now the discussions about Object 2 and labor issues that won't show up in front of the board until at least February, if even then. So with that, I'll just take questions.
Thank you, Susan. Would you like to start?
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Smith. I'd like to also request, based on my comments earlier with regard to the comments that I made during the jail study session, is that it would be very helpful to see the department's underlying requests as well, because one of the outcomes, I think, of making the decisions that we did last month is that we didn't, I'll only speak for myself, is that I didn't have a good enough sense of what programs were being impacted and what clients were being impacted by staffing decisions. And that's a really critical piece to my decision making. So I'd like to request that we go back to last year's process of making sure that we can see the departmental requests before we have to make decisions.
Yes, I should have mentioned that also. We've, in our budget directions, specifically directed the departments to give us clear representation of the impacts of services along the lines of the programs that we have identified because of your referral in the past. And we will definitely give the board the information about what's proposed by the departments.
Great, thank you very much.
Are there other questions about the report? I just have a few that I'd be interested in. Dr. Smith, I'm sorry, did you say that you sent a letter to the board outlining this process?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. So one is, I would appreciate that, getting the letter, just an explanation so I can better understand how this fits in our calendar. And then second, the letter that gets sent to with direction to the department heads, along with, I think, the point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised just about seeing the traffic back and forth, so we better understand it before it comes before us. And I mean, like, departmental requests and your requests. And I really appreciate the inclusion of the impact to services and the level of service impact as a core component of what will be presented to the board. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm also interested in understanding if, Dr. Smith, how the program performance plays into your thinking. And I know that this is really a kind of a hunt for general fund. So understanding for each item, if it's the core funding, even if there's some matching funding that could be demonstrated. I know for the most part, we try not to cut things that have matching funds to them, but at some point we may have to, and it would be important to understand what the match is for the particular item.
Yes, very good question, Supervisor. In the past, we've always resisted the opportunity to reduce positions that have partial funding from other sources. However, in this world, where we're actually going to be reducing filled positions, the question becomes, do we have enough resources to do everything that the external funding requires of us? So we will be looking at that in addition to the general fund contribution. We will not address reductions in some departments where it's very clear that reductions would cause major damage to policies, procedures, processes, priorities of the board, but we will ask for some reductions in those departments where we can see the opportunity for eliminating a less critical service or decreasing the extent of expenditure on that service. We will not have any targets this time around for the Sheriff's Office, the DOC, or the DA, which is not to say that we won't come back in February with some more, but we will focus on the other general fund departments. And one of the other things that plays into your question, which is very important, is the fact that we have many job classifications that cross amongst different departments, so that a reduction that's intended in one department ends up creating a filled position in another department, which may be not the best thing to do, but it's because of bumping procedures. So we're also very cognizant of that in our discussions with the departments. I don't want to give the board or the public any impression that any of this is going to be easy. It's going to be very hard, very troublesome, not what we want to be doing, but it's going to be the way that we need to move ahead in order to have a structural deficit decrease.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Smith, and because of that, there a couple of other areas that I would be interested in better understanding is that it seems to me that it seems to me that a couple things. One, that we're going to have to take a very good, strong look at the separation strategy and policy, and I'm hoping that that is something that's brought to closed session in the near term, irrespective of the implementation regime or schedule.
Yes,
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm sorry. As the board knows, the board has directed us to begin discussions, not negotiations, but simply discussions about this issue with the unions, and the unions are very interested in it. And if we do our work correctly, I'm hopeful that we won't have any involuntary separations, or very few, that we can structure it such that the separations that do happen are voluntary, are incentivized. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I'm very hopeful that that might happen.
And if we could understand that from a timing perspective would be helpful. And then the other is, both with COVID-19, the fires, just the number of other challenges that we have, I also want to make sure that we have a public FEMA and an overall COVID-19 and fire roadmap. And what I mean by that isn't, recognizing that I think one of the presenters at one of our meetings was sharing that they had just closed the books on an earthquake that happened in the mid 2000s. So I'm not hopeful that this money is coming around the corner, but I would like to better understand timeline and resources as we see them playing out based on the number of emergencies that we're having as well. And so if there's a mechanism within our budget framework and our budget materials to track the expenditures and track the expected rate of return, even if we're tracking that for 5 and 10 years out, I think that's going to be a huge help for the folks who come after us to be able to see what we were seeing at the time in terms of and what opportunities there are for decision making relative to that, the implications of those funds being returned to the county at some future point.
Right. We have, as you know, hired an outside firm that specializes in FEMA reimbursement and documentation. And so we will be able to include information as you requested in the budget process.
Great. That's really helpful. Thank you, Dr. Smith. I don't see any of my other colleagues' hands up or the public's hands. So we'll now go to item 19, which is the report of County Council and closed session report. James?
At the August 31st, 2020 closed session, by a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Wasserman recused on the item, the board authorized the county's execution of a settlement in class action litigation regarding claims against wireless carriers for violating the California False Claims Act and overcharging government entities. The settlement is with AT&T and Verizon Wireless in the matter State of California XREL On The Go Wireless LLC versus Celico Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless et al. Sacramento County Superior Court Case number 34-2012-00127517. The county will receive $853,956 from the settlement. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We're gonna, if there are no comments or questions, I see no public comment and no board comments or questions on that item. I'm gonna move to items 21 and 22. We're gonna hear these items together, and mostly because they're so tied together, I think it would be beneficial for the board to hear them together. We will then go to public comment and then come back to the board for action.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and supervisors and members of the exec team. Daniel Little, Acting Director with Department of Family and Children's Services. I'm going to share my screen here. Joining us is going to be Margaret Ledesma with Behavioral Health, Letitia Gallion with Seneca, and Kimberly Wayne with Seneca. They'll be available for questions after this short presentation. So before you on item 22 is the requested amendments to the Welcoming Center contract that include 3 key amendments. Removing the language regarding the Welcoming Center located at 45 North 1st Street. We removed the 4 one-year extension options and then included language in there about the option to transition to Seneca as a consultation role to be determined at a later date. The work to develop the actual transition date and that consultation piece hasn't yet begun. We do have a leadership team that meets weekly with Behavioral Health, DFCS, and Seneca. We've been focused on the facility questions and some of the operational questions to get the Welcoming Center up and going. I would anticipate by later this fall that we'll start to include discussion about what that transition plan can look like to start building that this fall into the early winter. Seneca is continuing to look at appropriate sites. I think that they've looked at, they've actually physically visited 5 sites. At this point, none of them have met all of the criteria that both DFCS Behavioral Health as well as Seneca are looking for. That's been out of an additional 15 to 20 commercial sites and 3 to 4 residential. I know that they have a number of other visits scheduled. We do have some searching going on within some of the county properties. So I know there's a visit scheduled next week to look at something that we have as an option for them as well. One of the questions that came up at the last session was the role of Juvenile Justice Commission. So we have confirmed that the Welcoming Center will fall under their purview to provide inspections and provide reports back. I believe they report back through CSFC for their work. So Welcoming Center will be included in their reporting. Quick update on stakeholder engagement. DFCS has continued to have weekly Zoom meetings for DFCS staff to ask questions. We provide updates on what's happening with the contracts, answer any additional questions that come up. We've continued to have bi-weekly phone discussions between DFCS and our RFA caregivers, again, to provide updates and answer any questions that may come up. We repurposed a pre-existing meeting between DFCS, our RFA homes, some foster family agency caregivers, as well as stakeholders, including Seneca, to focus on the Welcoming Center and the process and procedure for that. So from everything that I've heard, that process is going well. The staff are engaged, that we're listening to their needs, and it's ending up into the final product. So again, we're hopeful that we can get the facility identified. In the contract, we have a start date identified November 30. So that's still the plan, is to get a facility identified to be able to have operational capacity by that point to be able to start transitioning out of the Homekey site. So that'll leave DFCS staffing the several scattered sites that we still have. So with that, I will turn it over to any questions. And again, I have my peers here to answer some of the content specific questions.
Great. And if I could, what I'm going to do is go to public comment first, if that's all right. And then I'm going to come back to the board for discussion. So if we can go to, if I could ask the clerk to reach out to the public speakers.
The next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Maggie Cocaine. My husband and I have been resource parents for 7 years. We're constituents of District 1. I want to thank you Supervisor Ellenberg, Cortese, and Wasserman for emphasizing that the receiving center is a critical service that needs to be in-house. The county must have a direct relationship with the children that are dependents of this county. For this to happen, the contract must have a specific date to begin transitioning the receiving center back in-house. Seneca should dedicate at least 3 months to training DFCS staff before the expiration of the contract. My second point I want to make is about training. Part of the expert training not currently available within DFCS but is needed is ABA therapy for autistic children. The contract must ensure that Seneca has board-certified behavior analysts to work with the increasing number of autistic children that are entering the receiving center. Seneca should also report to the full board monthly on both good and bad outcomes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pam Kenyon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Pam Kenyon. My husband and I live in District 1 and have been foster parents since 2003. I'm also a nurse, and my current position of 17 years is in a family-centered pediatric surgical department where I admit and recover babies and children. When we have children there who have cognitive and/or communication limitations or sensory and behavioral variations, their parents are who we look to for knowing how to give the best care because they're the experts on their child. We can also call on our child life specialist who's highly trained in child development and behaviors. She helps children with special needs through difficult hospital circumstances. Our foster children are already traumatized by their situation, and I want them to have the very best properly trained experts to help them through one more traumatic event. Please make sure the contract calls for the right training for our children's best care at intake and beyond. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Alpert. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Hello. I want to bring to your attention the public health issue facing Santa Clara, which is drownings. Drownings are increasing in the county with the backyard pools and blow-up pools in high use during COVID. On June 28, 2018, the Santa Clara County Health Department issued a public warning. That warning noted that one of the steps that parents, caregivers, and pool owners should take is learning how to swim and teach a child how to swim. We rely on our public officials to protect us. We need to weigh the risk of COVID versus drownings for our children. Our facility did not have a single confirmed case of COVID amongst our students or instructors when we were open in June and July. I've heard the same from other indoor swim schools in Santa Clara. In fact, I am not aware of any COVID outbreaks in indoor swimming pools across the United States. We have full traceability as our swim school is appointment only with very strict safety measures in place. All of our instructors wear face masks and face shields when teaching. My question to the board and Dr. Cody is why we are not using the data to evaluate what should be open or not. We're requesting to be allowed to reopen with the appropriate safety measures in place and operate at a limited capacity. This is a public health need, and we should be considered essential as we are.
The next speaker is Vanessa Payne. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, this is Vanessa Payne, social worker with Department of Family and Children Services. As it is the vision that Seneca act in a consulting role to support return of the oversight of the Welcome Center to Department of Family and Children Services in the future, there are some key areas that would improve this. First, I ask that while Seneca continues to look for a location for the Welcome Center, that the Board of Supervisors please ask the department to consider options at existing or anticipated county properties. This would prevent transition of the location of the Welcome Center in the future when it's going from Seneca back to the Department of Family and Children Services. I also ask that for our high needs children, such as those with autism, that applied behavioral analysis therapy be provided so that we can make sure that there's proper care, support, and supervision for these children at the Welcome Center, that there be ongoing reports from DFCS, the Juvenile Justice Commission, and third-party agencies back to the Board of Supervisors.
The next speaker is Gabrielle Montez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you, everybody. I'm a social services analyst with Department of Family and Children Services. I'm excited by the collection of voices that the Welcome Center has brought to the public's attention and to the Board of Supervisors. I ask that the Board of Supervisors add a transition date of March 30th, 2021 to bring the Welcome Center back in-house to DFCS. once a location has been secured and all the details have been put in place. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I understand we're looking for a new location for Seneca or for the intake center. The building, it's actually an old Victorian house that was used for, I believe, a law office, is for sale as of 2 or 3 days ago, right next door. Seemed like that would be a nice place to have other supervised visitation for clean and sober parents. So that's right next door there. Just came up for sale a couple of days ago. Maybe you can pay attention, Jeff Smith. Maybe this is a good idea rather than putting this thing in Gilroy somewhere where nobody can find it. So it's right there on First Street. Let's see what happens. Let's not send people all the way across town. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you. I want to go to my board colleagues and see if there are any comments or questions. I'll start with Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Allenberg.
President Chavez, can we, I'd like to ask the administration to respond on the issue of identifying existing or anticipated county properties as a future location. It seems like a very consistent request with where we've been going thus far in terms of what the future would hold in terms of a county self-contained operation. So anyway, that's the question. Is there any objection to that kind of a stipulation?
Supervisor, we certainly will look for county-owned property that would be more appropriate. And that would be our intention in the long run. I don't think we can guarantee we'll have it by a particular time because at this point, nothing currently seems to be appropriate, although there's plenty of opportunities, I think. So we should be able to consummate a deal with our own property.
Maybe it's opportune and consistent with the item to ask on a renewed basis for the inventory of properties that the county actually does have on either a fee or leasehold interest. We've been told by assessor's records that there's up to 700 parcels of property that the county's involved with. And at one point, Fleet and Facilities was mapping those. About 1.5 years ago, I saw a partial map. I want to estimate that maybe 15 to 20% of that was done, but I've never seen it completed. And I'd like to ask that at some point we formalize. Well, maybe I can just do it as a referral off the dais if it's or if it's in the interest of somebody moving this item at some point to include it in the motion, so be it. But at a minimum, I'd like to make a referral off the dais here to renew our past efforts as a board to get that information and get it before the board sometime before the end of September. The first week of October is the time frame I put on it. I think we have a meeting.
We can certainly do that. We'll update it and get it to the board off agenda.
Thank you, and I'll close my order book, but just to say that that wasn't to question the veracity of your statement that there is difficulty finding the site, but it's also very abstract, I think, for some of us on the board, and I'll speak for myself, to try to envision what's out there and what's not out there without just having that in front of us as a matter of transparency and just a matter of fact, basically. So thank you. As I said, I'll close my order book. And that's all I have on this item at this point, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Just want to thank Daniel for the report. I have no questions today.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you. No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman? No?
Ma'am.
All right. I just have a few statements that I would like to include in a motion. One is that I think it would be important to get a report back as part of this action as to whether or not the Children's Advocacy Center is a joint placement for this activity makes sense there. I don't have an opinion about that, but I'd like to know the answer to that. That the transition plan and timeline for bringing the services in-house be included in the next report back. This was directed by the board in July. That the updates of the continuum of care progress, including successes and obstacles, be reported out, including to the Children's Family Seniors Committee. And that the updates on the actual locations be shared with the full board, at least on a monthly basis until the interim site or until there's an interim site and or a permanent site in place. I'm sorry, let me just add one other, and that is that there's training there's training that was included, but there is a request from our foster parents that we include training specifically that is proven, especially as it relates to autistic youth, that we want to make sure gets included. And then finally, Supervisor Samitian some time ago requested that we bring on an evaluation team. My request is that the evaluation team be brought on relatively soon, and that we seek out evaluators that have the capacity to do significant analysis and less reflections on inputs and more reflections on outcomes. And I have a concern about, that some of the evaluators we've been using have been much more focused on inputs. So I want to ask the staff to be mindful and careful as we look for a partner here. That would be a motion for item 21 and 22.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. So we're taking 21 and 22 and the recommended approvals along with your motion?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to thank the folks that have joined us, and you got off the hook. There are no questions for you today, but I know we've asked you many, many, many in the past. So thank you very much for being here. And I want to say thank you, Daniel, to you as well. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Samitian.
Samitian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you all very much, and thank you to our public speakers for all of their input. We're now going to move on to item 23, and this is the Wildland Fire Preparedness Planning Report. And if I could, I'm just going to make a couple of comments before the staff begins, and that is I wanted the staff to review a report that they gave us in December of 2018. The staff is saying I missed one. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. We had a time certain. I apologize for that. We're going to move back to item 14, and this is our COVID-19 report that's actually on time at 2:30. I want to say I planned that, but I absolutely didn't. So if we could, we'll go back to item 14. This is our COVID-19 report. Thank you very much, James Williams.
And I will be beginning with the first presentation on this item, and then we'll be shifting over to the rest of the team. Hold on one second. I will. So I'm going to begin with a quick presentation on the new state framework so that people have that context before we move into the rest of the report on COVID-19. As everyone I'm sure knows by now, the governor and California Department of Public Health last week announced that the state has replaced the state monitoring list and variance process effective August 31st, so effective yesterday. The new framework that the state put out is based on a 4-tier system with different colors for each tier. Tier 1, which is purple, has the most significant restrictions under the state order, and it generally is in alignment with the prior set of restrictions that were in place for counties that were on the state monitoring list. The other tiers are Tier 2, which is red, Tier 3, orange, and Tier 4, yellow. Each tier does have some level of restrictions, and the governor announced last week that there's no green tier yet because there is no vaccine yet. There's no level that is fully safe, and so they didn't want to indicate otherwise in their system. The new system, there were a lot of the old county monitoring list system had a number of different metrics, including hospitalizations and percentage changes and so forth. The new system is more simplified. It's based on 2 factors. One is the daily case rate per 100,000 residents. It's a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. And the second is the positivity rate in a specific county. Based on those 2 factors, which are independently assessed, you are placed into the tier based on how you're doing on the worst of those factors. So in other words, if in one of those factors, a county would qualify in the orange tier, and on the second factor, a county would qualify in the red tier, the county as a whole would be placed in the red tier. This is another slide pulled from the CDPH site, and what I wanted to note here, it just displays the same information in a different format. But what I wanted to call attention to, and this is something really important for our county, is that case rates, the case rate number is adjusted by the amount of testing that you do. So in other words, counties like Santa Clara County that are doing more testing than the state average receive credit and actually have the case rate in the county adjusted downwards to reflect the increased testing. And so that's also true for counties like San Francisco that have a lot of testing. And that's being reflected. That was, for example, why San Francisco ended up in the initial placement in the red tier, and why Santa Clara County, although we did end up in the purple tier, is getting a significant adjustment for the increased testing. So the more testing we do, the bigger the adjustment is to the case rates. I also want to note the state has said that they're also going to implement a metric related to equity, ensuring that testing is happening in high-risk populations. That's, of course, been a focus of our response here in Santa Clara County with our public health department. We don't know what exactly that metric looks like yet, but we're pretty confident that we are, because we've been focused on that for so long, that's probably something that we'll be able to show good progress on relative to other jurisdictions. The way that the tiers work, a county has to remain in a tier for at least 3 weeks before you can progress to a less restrictive tier. And you have to meet the metrics for that tier for 2 consecutive weeks. The state said they're going to calculate these each Tuesday. And for the very first set of placements only, counties can actually move to a lesser restrictive tier on September 8th if they had met the metrics in the prior 2 weeks that would allow for them to be in that lower tier. So for Santa Clara County, this is the map of kind of where the state was placed with the initial release. For Santa Clara County, we were, as I noted, placed in Tier 1 purple like most of the state based on the data for the weeks ending August 11 and August 18. But our data for August 25th did meet the criteria for the red tier. And so if we do meet that, those criteria for the week that's ending today, we would then be able to move into the red tier on September 8th. So we don't know that as of yet, but we should know that soon. And again, this is because in significant part of the credit that we get against the case rate due to the volume of testing in our county. So what does this mean? Well, the state has created a different framework of what can be open under the state health order based on the tier that you're in. So for purple tier, the difference from what things looked like the week before is that hair salons and barber shops are now open statewide for indoor operations. Previously, they were only able to be open for outdoor operations in counties that were on the monitoring list. And shopping malls were previously closed and can now open at 25% capacity. So those first two items that have gone into effect here in Santa Clara County, we have already adjusted the local directives to reflect that. We've already adjusted the website locally to reflect that. And those were, of course, activities that were already allowed under the county's local risk reduction order that went into effect at the beginning of July. And so now that the state allows those activities as well, they're allowed by the state, they're allowed locally, they can continue. There are many other things that can open under the state order if you end up in the red tier. The far and away most significant of which is that K-12 schools can open 14 days after you have been in the red tier. And so that's consistent with the state basically saying previously that if you were off of the monitoring list for 14 days, schools could open. And since they've pegged the monitoring list generally, the criteria to the purple tier, they're saying if you come off that purple tier for 14 days, then schools can open. You'll see the other list of items. I'm not going to read them all off, except to note that many of these are items that were previously opened locally under the county risk reduction order. And so now if the state lifts those restrictions, those will be able to resume in Santa Clara County. However, there are certain other ones that are prohibited under the risk reduction order, and those would remain prohibited locally by the local order. In addition, the state continues to have directives and guidance that are sector specific for how operations are to be conducted safely. In addition, and the governor again emphasized this, and Mark Galley emphasized this last week, the local orders like our county's risk reduction order and associated local directives remain in effect. That includes our density requirements, strict face covering requirements, social distancing protocol requirements. We are, however, looking at directives to align them with new state guidance so that there's as little friction as possible. And just a reminder overall, and I know the board knows this very well, but always a reminder for the public, the stricter of the two orders does control. And so that means, for example, the state, if it has a capacity limit, like if we're in the red tier, 10% for gyms, that is probably a lower limit than the county's local risk reduction order. And so that lower limit would be the applicable limit. And of course, the opposite would be true as well if the county risk reduction order had a stricter requirement. That concludes my kind of brief overview of the new state framework. I did also want to mention one other important state update that's not directly related to kind of the COVID framework. And that is that yesterday, state legislation AB 3088 was approved and has gone into effect, which relates to a statewide program and policy for dealing with evictions and foreclosures. There is language in that bill that includes preemption of local actions. We are analyzing that bill. It's going to take us a couple days to do the analysis because it's not a straightforward preemption provision. And we will, of course, get that information both to the board, but also to the public, because it will have an effect on the rules here locally. And we know that the local eviction moratorium website, and all of that will need to be updated to reflect that. So more to come on that, and we will work on that as quickly as we can. But it does appear that it will have a significant impact on our local eviction moratorium. And like I said, that was a state law that took effect immediately. So that concludes my piece of the presentation, and now we're going to go to Dr. Cody.
Dr. Cody, you may be on mute. There you go. Dr. Cody?
Having technical difficulties. We'll be right there.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the board. I had some technical difficulties, so I am sitting at Dr. Smith's station. Can you hear me all right? We can, thank you. Wonderful. So I'm going to give you an update on 3 different items before passing the presentation along to colleagues. First, just an overview of the epidemiology of where we are in the epidemic. And then I wanted to give you an update on what we're seeing at work sites, transmission in work sites, and finally a brief update on schools and the school waiver process. Here you see the epidemic curve that you've seen many times, and I just wanted to point out a few things. Again, the bars at the bottom in yellow are cases among long-term care facility residents, and in orange among staff. And what you continue to see is that, yes, we do continue to have cases, but as a proportion of the total cases, quite a bit less than we were seeing in late March and early April. You can also see that our case numbers peaked in the middle of July, and they're just maybe beginning to gradually come down. Next slide. As far as who is infected and who do we see really driving this surge in cases, the increase in cases, what we continue to see is a pattern that members of our Latinx community are overrepresented given their proportion of the county population. It's remained about stable. So in the last 3 weeks, 59% of our reported cases were among Latinx residents, and they represent just 27% of our population. In addition, we continue to see that young adults, we see the highest rates of infection among young adults. And just to walk you through this rainbow spaghetti of a slide, there on the y-axis, those are the rates per 100,000 and over time. And you can see that the rates in all the age groups really picked up in July. In all age groups, maybe they're starting to come down a little bit, but those top 3 in green, yellow, and blue, those are the case rates among young adults. They're broken out differently, but essentially that's the 18 to 34-year-olds, and they continue to have higher rates of infection than other age groups. Next slide. This shows our trends in hospitalizations. And remember, this is the total number of people hospitalized for COVID across all the hospitals in the county. And this is a
sort of a daily count across all the hospitals. And what you can see is that in late July, it's quite high, about where it was in April when we were really in greatest trouble. And since then, very gradually now, we're confident that it's drifting down. So a little bit bumpy, but beginning to see a little glimmer of drifting down over these last few weeks. Next slide. So here I just wanted to share with you a little bit of information about what we're observing in our worksite investigations. And I want to caveat this in a few ways. One is that these are the number of work sites where we've observed 3 or more cases in a 14-day period. And it's by work site type. But these are just the overall numbers of work sites where we've documented 3 or more cases from late May through most of August. But we don't really have a comparator. In other words, I can't tell you of the number of construction work sites that were in operation, how many of them had a cluster of cases. And I think that's really important. So I just want to put these numbers into context. And I also want everyone to remember that construction was one of the first industries one of the first sectors to reopen after the shelter in place, and also one of the first sectors to begin reporting illnesses among workers. But with all that said, what you can see is that there's a variety of different work sites that have reported 3 or more workers with illnesses in a 14-day period, ranging from construction to grocery stores, to office settings, to hotels, to places of worship. And in the next 2 slides, I just want to share a few more observations about what we're seeing at work sites. So they sort of fall into 2 different buckets. One is where it seems that the workers acquired their infection at work. And so among this group where the interview really indicated that the infection was mostly acquired at work, we see a couple different themes. One is that in public-facing jobs where it's difficult to get a physical distance between the worker and a customer or a member of the public, for example, a cashier, we see infections there. And the other is seeing infections among workers who have a lot of interactions with their coworkers. So for example, in a small restaurant kitchen with a number of kitchen workers together, they may not be able to keep physical distance, or because of the temperature in the kitchen, they may not be keeping their face coverings in place for an entire kitchen shift, and we've seen transmission there. In addition, at work sites where there's a whole bunch of different worker types that may need to come together, for example, a construction site with a lot of different subcontractors that are needing to collaborate on a particular project. We've seen transmission there. And then finally, at a number of different work site types, we've seen transmission at places where the workers may be taking a break and not wearing a mask or keeping their distance from each other, for example, during a lunch or break room. The second example is where we see infections among workers, but we actually don't think the infection was acquired at the work site. We think the infection was actually most likely acquired somewhere else, and that might be in a number of different ways. One is in the household, but they're diagnosed at work and are sort of associated with the work. And sometimes this may even look like a worksite cluster. For example, if there's a number of folks from the same household who are at the same worksite, we see this not uncommonly at construction sites. Or they may have been contact with someone else in the home, for example, a relative taking care of a child. That relative infects the child infects the parent, and then the parents show up at work and are documented there. Sometimes it happens with coworkers gathering outside of their work setting if they need to get to work together, or if they join each other after work. And sometimes it happens if coworkers have a second job site in addition to the job where the infection is reported or documented. So now I want to turn and talk a little bit about our school waiver process. This is an answer to some of the questions that came up at the last board meeting, and just sort of go over in general how this works. So the waiver applications are submitted by a school district or an individual school, and then we review them. And there's really a multidisciplinary team that are looking at the applications. Our school team, which includes representatives from schools as well as county council, as well as public health. And a couple things happen when we're just looking at the application to make sure that all the parts are complete. We have all the information we need. And then sometimes there's quite a bit of back and forth and technical assistance and questions to ensure that the school is ready and able to implement safety protocols. We also, of course, want to confirm that the school has consulted with their key stakeholders. And then finally, after all that process is done, we just consult with California Department of Public Health to confirm that they agree that the waiver should be granted. Then we notify the district about the result, and if the waiver is granted, we post it to our website. So this gives you a sense of the status of applications from 3 different types of schools or organizations: our public school districts, charter schools, as well as private schools. And just to walk you through there, in the first column is the number of waiver applications submitted. The second column is the number of schools represented. For example, a district may have 1 or several schools in the district. The third column is the number of applications for which an initial interview has been conducted and the process has gotten started. And you can see the process has started for all the waiver applications submitted. And then the final column is the waivers granted. And actually, this is a very dynamic column that's changed since we finalized the slides yesterday. So for example, as of today, there's a charter school that's waiting approval from CDPH, but is final as far as we're concerned here in the county. We have a number of different touch points with schools and have sit for many, many months. We have a dedicated schools unit in our emergency operations center, and that's to help facilitate communication between schools and the many different disciplines here in the emergency operations center. They have both a dedicated call line as well as emails. A number of other touch points, regular touch points, a weekly call with the school district superintendents, a different call with a different set of folks, weekly with school nurses, another set of weekly calls with school district HR administrators, and finally another weekly call with school chief business officers. So again, a number of different touch points between disciplines in the county EOC and various disciplines at schools. And finally, we have a schools reopening task force that's co-led by the Public Health Department, the County Office of Education, and the Office of County Council. And the task force has held a series of webinars over the last couple of months. And this is really to ensure that the information that we have is sort of what we know at the time is shared with stakeholders. And then there's an opportunity for some back and forth. And last but not least, we had a town hall that we participated in with Supervisor Ellenberg and President Chavez. So that concludes my update. And I think next up is Dr. Fensterscheid.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, but very lightly.
Okay. How about now?
Better bet your echo. Sorry.
Trying a third time. Is this that? Nope.
That was good.
Sounds like we're good now. No, we're not.
Yes.
But I'm told to go ahead anyway. Okay. So let's bring up my, okay, there's the first, I think that's the second slide for me. Go back one. Oh, okay. We're going to get up to my slides in 1 second. Bear with us. Okay, here we are. So this is an update on our testing. Again, we presented information last week, and so as far as numbers goes, there's not large changes this week, but I have some additional information to provide. So this first slide is an updated slide with our daily numbers. So each one of those lines is a single day through August 28th, and you can see there's a red line, squiggly line on there, which is our positivity rate, and you can see what the positivity rate is on any single day. And the next slide is the 7-day average test count, and you can see our recovery from last month, and we've been testing 6,000 to 7,000 people per day. The red line again, our positivity rate, which is just under 4%. And so it has been dropping a bit. And this is for all the tests that have been done throughout the county. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so this slide is showing the total number of countywide tests during a 3-week period. And that 3-week period is August 1st to August 21st. And there were over 132,000 tests done countywide during this period. And as we've noted previously, the positivity rates, which you can see on the far right, are higher in East San Jose at just over 7.6%, and then again in South County at over 7%. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay. The county health system during the same period tested over 43,000 individuals, and this represents 33% of all the testing that's done in the county. That's the top. The bottom slide, the bottom part of the slide is a table which is showing testing done by our pop-up sites, again, during the 3-week period that I mentioned. Nearly 70% of the county health system testing was actually done by the pop-ups. And that represents also about 22% of all testing done in the entire county at our pop-up sites, with a concentration, as you can see, percent under that second column on the bottom, percent of tests during the 3-week period. 49% of our testing, as far as where we go, is in East San Jose, and 22% in South County. Let's go on to the next slide. This slide is our dashboard that you have seen before for various healthcare systems during a 1-week period. So this is a period from August 15th to the 21st. Again, the first column is the total number of tests done by the facility. The next is the daily average, and the third column shows the number of tests done per 100,000 patients served by that particular facility. And let's go to the next slide. This graph is looking at the trends again over time for each of our healthcare facilities, and this is from June 8th through August 28th. Again, these are based on rates. The green line is the county as a whole, not just the health system, our health system, but the county as a whole, doing over 300 tests per 100,000. The county health system continues to do the majority of tests. The rest of the healthcare facilities have shown little change over the last week since I last showed you this slide, so they are fairly stable. Let's go to the next slide. I wanted to give you some data specifically to our large drive-through site at the fairgrounds. This site was launched, as you know, on August 18th, and the capacity has increased from where we initially started at 500 tests per day up to 1,000 tests per day, and it operates 6 days a week. We actually today we reached our maximum of 1,000 tests. We had 1,000 appointments earlier today that are being seen today. The turnaround time to result is still around 2 to 3 days, so that's very good. And then this first slide, this map gives you some data specifically, which shows where people live who are coming to the fairground to be tested. And we can see that people are going to the fairgrounds from most areas of the county, with a heavier concentration from people in the east side and some parts of central San Jose. And then on the right, the map is showing the positivity by zip code of residents of those testing at the fairgrounds during that period that I mentioned. East San Jose and portions of South San Jose have the highest positivity, and there are a couple small pockets in Sunnyvale and in Mountain View. But when we look at those on our census tracts, that those are very small areas in that northern county area. And let's go to the next slide. This slide shows the number of people going to the fairgrounds at any given day with the corresponding positivity rates. And you can see that our capacity, as I mentioned today, was good, but we still have considerable capacity on most days. Usually Tuesday is our busiest day. We have our appointments now available online in Spanish. So I would encourage people to take advantage of our testing site at the fairgrounds at this point. And let's go to the next slide. This slide I know is a bit busy, but it's more detailed analysis of those going to the fairgrounds. In the 9 days, and that's what's represented here, that we've been open over 5,600 tests have been done. That averages out to about 620 tests a day. And the average positivity rate has been about 4.5%. However, we're seeing increased positivity in those under 24 years of age and Latinos whose positivity rate has been over 9.6% at the fairgrounds. And also on this chart, you'll see that 95% of people tested at the fairgrounds are from Santa Clara County, so they are residents here. 5% live outside the county, but we don't really know whether those 5% represent people who perhaps work here or come here for other reasons, but it's still a very small portion. And then you can see on the right side that this is the cities represented by who is coming to the fairgrounds. People are being tested from all cities, but as you can see, a majority or 65% of the people going to the fairgrounds are from San Jose. And however, we'll continue to have our rotating city testing mobile site continue to service the cities on a rotating basis. And then finally is the schedule of our pop-up sites over the next 2 weeks, and you can look at that without me going through it. Again, I wanted to encourage those that want a COVID-19 test to take advantage of any of the public testing sites, and also once again to call upon everyone to make sure that get a flu shot. All providers are currently planning to make them readily available to everyone 6 months and older, and this will truly help us differentiate between COVID and flu, and also help to maintain adequate hospital capacity. So I'll stop there. Turn it over to Dr. Rudman.
Thank you. This is Dr. Sarah Rudman presenting on our case investigation and contact tracing efforts. So our usual metrics that we share with you are displayed here looking back at the past month. We have roughly the same number of cases, a very slight decrease, fortunately, that we've been responding to in addition to all of their contacts, continue to be able to immediately attempt to reach all, and our success rate in doing so has increased slightly since our last report, now to 81% for cases and 76% for contacts. And we continue to see about 4% of those requesting any kind of resource. Specifically mapped out here are food, housing, and household items. Next slide, please. So 3 operational updates we'll go into a bit more detail about today based on the request of President Chavez and Supervisor Ellenberg at our last meeting, specifically regarding our clinical monitoring and resource referral system, our partnerships that are in development with community-based organizations, and further assessment and adjustment for client language capacity and needs. Next slide, please. So President Chavez asked specifically to understand about the warm handoff that happens on the contact tracing side of our relationship with the Housing and Human Services unit that picks up the ball on the other end and gets people to some of the wide range of county resources available for anyone who needs to isolate or quarantine. So what you see here is a map of several ways in which we attempt to get resources to people as quickly as possible based on the urgency of the need. The individual contact tracer, when they're on the phone with a case or contact, if at any point recognizes an emergent need, that person does not have housing today, or it's at risk of disappearing tomorrow, the next day, or it is urgently unsafe for them to remain in their house, or they do not have more than several days' food available to them, an immediate handoff will happen to the COVID support team to provide those resources. And you see that down at the bottom, that either that caller will be conferenced into the COVID support team, or if it's safe to do so, the contact tracer may hang up on the client, call the COVID support team to have additional conversations, and then link them back directly. If it is not an emergency, our contact tracer will place an electronic referral to a triage nurse who is part of the contact tracing team and has several roles to make sure that every single referral is followed up in an appropriate and timely manner. And we find that those triage nurses are usually able to respond within an hour, sometimes even faster. They are often able to respond to some needs on their own. For example, if somebody says, I have the financial means to buy food, but I'm not sure how to get it. I don't know how to place an order for food delivery, for example. That triage nurse may be able to get somebody to a resource that doesn't need financial supports or doesn't otherwise need to map through the COVID support team. So sometimes they will provide the support themselves. Other times they will still map back via, again, an electronic referral to the COVID support team. And here, again, even with these non-emergent referrals, we tend to get response within 24 hours and sometimes much faster for those non-urgent housing, food, and support services that come from outside the contact tracing team within the COVID support team. If we go to the next page, there's one more element that triage nurse may decide is that a referral is not specifically for a resource or a human need, but for clinical input. Whether that's because somebody has requested it, they have a complex clinical question, what does my diabetes mean in the context of my COVID? What does my change in my cough mean for how long I need to isolate? Or they may fall into a category where we're particularly concerned about their worsening or the risk that they may worsen clinically. And so for those folks, we ask permission to still reach out to them proactively and have a clinician, usually a nurse or other clinician, reach out to them and just check in several times over the course of their isolation or quarantine. We do this especially for folks who are over 65, who have any medical comorbidity that may worsen their risk of severe complication from their COVID, or who's pregnant. And so we have about 10 clinical staff per day, receiving about 35 referrals a day, the vast majority of which we're able to respond to very quickly. Although some of them, we find that the clients are not interested in their referral when we reach back, or some of them are still in process, and we continue to provide ongoing clinical monitoring for those folks. We found that as this system went live months ago, that the utilization of it, as the contact tracers grew comfortable with it, and as the cases and clients came to know about it, has about doubled in the second half of that period. And again, we're seeing 24, and I apologize, I should say 24 to 48 hours response time for non-urgent referrals. Next slide, please. We're also excited to respond to a lot of the excellent feedback we received from the community in general, from our partners and collaborators based in communities, and from the board as well, that in order to do this job really well in the areas that have been hardest hit by COVID, we really need to connect deeply with those communities themselves and lean on the communities to tell us how to do this job well. And some of that needs to come from close partnership with community-based organizations that have deep ties in communities that are being hard hit by COVID. So we are about to hire 50 full-time paid and benefited positions that are required to have either bilingual ability in the languages that we need most for contact tracing, or deep knowledge of African and African ancestry communities, with the goal to embed these positions in community organizations and in ways that link them to all of the resource, the deep knowledge, the connections that those organizations already have, and find ways to make sure that they're benefiting the organizations themselves, as well as drawing on that knowledge to benefit the communities they serve. We'll also be working closely with Promotores to provide education, messaging, and handoffs to these trusted contact tracers as the new cases and contacts are being identified. And so these new contact tracers, unlike our previous workforce, which is entirely remote, may also work on site at a partner organization or in the field. However, we hear from the community is going to be most effective and serve people best. And then next slide, please. I do also want to address, as we think about serving these communities, we were asked, I believe again by Supervisor Chavez, to look at how we were doing on those metrics in some of these areas that are being higher hit, appreciating that East San Jose and South County have had much higher case rates than the rest of Santa Clara County. We did find, and we're pleased to find, that we have equal success rates in reaching people in East San Jose as we do in the rest of Santa Clara County, and slightly higher success rates in South County. We do see slightly higher requests for resources and when we reach East San Jose cases and contacts than we do in other areas. And interestingly, very slightly lower requests in South County, but not major differences. What this tells me is that we're doing something right in terms of reaching out and connecting with folks, but knowing that these areas are being more impacted by the disease, I think it's also a sign that we can be doing better, that doing equal work is not necessarily doing equitable work, and making sure that we would want to be achieving, if possible, even higher rates in the areas that are being impacted even more is certainly a goal of ours. And then final update is just to mention that we have been keeping a close eye on the preferred languages of the cases and contacts who come to us. A particular difficulty is that we often don't have this information at the time we reach out to someone. And so linking somebody to a case investigator or contact tracer who speaks their language is still a challenge we're working on. We do find that about 30% of our cases and contacts speak Spanish and about 1% speak Vietnamese. And if we go to the next slide, this is somewhat well matched by finding that about 13–14% of our contact tracers and case investigators speak Spanish and about 2% speak Vietnamese. So not exact matches or even increased numbers of those folks speaking the languages that we need to have access to in order to serve the community, but a somewhat proportionate and somewhat representative group. That's part of why we're so excited to have this new cohort of folks coming on board, requiring either that bilingual capacity or that deep community knowledge, as well as making sure that we have opportunities right now for every county worker who's been asked to join us as a case investigator or contact tracer, make sure they have the opportunity, if they're not previously certified bilingual in Spanish or Vietnamese, to do so, to receive bilingual additional pay, so that we show the huge amount of respect and esteem for that skill set and how important it is in the context of everything going on, by making sure that those opportunities are available. So I'll stop there, and I'm passing over to Dr. Kamal.
All righty, thank you very much for allowing me to present on the state of healthcare preparedness. Overall, our preparedness is good. Since August 25th, our hospital census has decreased slightly. We've had no further requests for transfers into our county for COVID patients. Our remdesivir supply has increased. Our glove supply has improved. But finally, there is one issue with N95 reuse that may impact our PPE supply and demand I will discuss. So this graph shows our remdesivir supply and demand. As we can see, in the last cycle, we received much more than we did in the past. The orange bars show that there are currently 3,200 vials of remdesivir, which, given our current usage rate, equates to about 2 months of usage. In addition, this week we are slated to receive another 1,800 vials, to the point where now most hospitals feel very comfortable in the amount of remdesivir we have and are turning down some of the allocation we're being offered by the government. This actually reflects both an increase in the amount of remdesivir and also the fact that the overall census nationwide in hospitals has gone down. Our hospital capacity also remains good. Our census is now down to 65% of capacity, whereas in the past we were seeing about 150 COVID positive patients in hospital beds every day. Now that number is closer to 130. Our PPE state is also very good. For the first time, hospitals, SNFs, and the county warehouse have all the PPE that they feel they need currently and also in the event of a surge. However, there was a recent guidance that came from OSHA that recommended reuse of N95 masks. As we recall, back in June, the CDPH had recommended utilizing reprocessing systems with hydrogen peroxide to extend the use of N95 masks. That is no longer recommended, and as a result, our usage may increase. Having said that, we are currently not in dire need. We have over 3 million masks in the EOC warehouse and have an additional 1 million masks on order. In the last 14 days, we have received 23,000 requests from SNFs and none from hospitals. And we have spoken to each hospital who have reassured us that they are very confident that they will have adequate supplies and are also transitioning to the use of elastomeric masks in place of N95s, which can be reused multiple times. Finally, our staffing is also good. The 2 hospitals which have reported shortages are the same ones as before and have reassured us that they are able to take care of this through their own contract, and there have been no requests coming from skilled nursing facilities. As we said last time, we're continuing to collaborate with healthcare facilities on different aspects of surge. And we'll also monitor our PPE usage, our remdesivir usage going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. Michael Ballier here, Director for the Department of Environmental Health, giving an update on the Community and Business Engagement Branch. I think the priority update for us over this last week, in addition to what we presented at the board last Tuesday, is that we've formally launched our new what we call concern or complaint management portal at scccovidconcerns.org. That was a joint effort between the County Council's Office, Public Health, the EOC, and of course the District Attorney's Office. And so just want to again acknowledge all of the great partnerships we've had in working this through. And you will now see that any complaint entry point, whether it was from the DA, Environmental Health, OLSE, or others, will now direct to this particular site. And again, the goal really being a more simplified process for both the public as well as the management on the back end. And I will point out that it is a online database, so it gives us a lot of tools on the back end to run reports and be able to track things such as trends in a particular industry or at a particular type of business that we might be seeing. And then I think the second big item is that we were able to get our countywide enforcement work group scheduled with all of the local jurisdictions, and that meeting is scheduled for September 11th. We look forward to talking with all of our partners at the city to better understand what they've been doing and what some of the needs might be at the local level. And then the third thing is I'll pass over to Betty Young, is an update on the direct education and outreach to a lot of the businesses in the community. And here's Betty.
Hello, as of, next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Smith. As of Friday, August 28th, we have 21 community health workers in various stages of onboarding who will be deployed on September 8th to lead our, sorry, I'll backtrack that. We have 21 community health workers in various stages of onboarding. We have 53 community workers either deployed in the field or ready for deployment. The community health engagement team responsible for residential engagement will deploy 36 canvassers the week of September 8th. We're all very excited about that. And Dr. Annalili Garcia will be sharing more about that in just a moment. In our second week of activation, the business engagement team was deployed for 35 hours of canvassing with 23 canvassers that amounted to 805 total hours of canvassing. Next slide, please. Thank you. The team engaged 774 employers and an additional 344 workers. Employer and worker engagements this week largely focused on concerns of non-compliant customers, having challenges with customers not wanting to wear face covering, not practicing proper social distancing from other customers and staff. Small business owners are pretty anxious about being able to pay rent with declining business and sales. And worker engagements were largely focused on how to keep themselves safe, how and where to get tested, and dispelling myths around COVID and testing. Canvassers use this time to share additional worker resources such as the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement Advice Line and testing resources. Next slide, please. Our team did observe that many of the Canvas businesses lacked a social distancing protocol as required by the health order. There was also a lack of social distancing markers. In these situations, our team informed the business of these requirements and assisted with measuring and marking the floors to facilitate social distancing. I want to add that we adhere to an education first approach in lieu of enforcement. So businesses are not reported by the Chibet team for lack of a social distancing protocol or social distancing markers. Most often the issue is resolved on the spot. And other times our team does make a return visit to make sure that compliance is in place. Next slide, please. Here is a dashboard reflecting our cumulative outreach metrics as of August 28th. Our community health workers have experienced mostly positive engagement and have even noted a warm reception. Previous slide. Previous slide. Right here. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Here's a dashboard reflecting our cumulative outreach metrics. Our community health workers have experienced mostly positive engagements and have even noted a warm reception during the daily debriefs. Engagements with small business owners and workers have gone as long as an hour, and some have resulted in requests for demonstration presentations for larger groups of small business owners and workers. Engagements have been conducted in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. Next slide, please. Here's a slide with some photos of our team. They convene at the beginning of each shift at an outdoor setting and debrief each night via Zoom. Our wonderful Chibet workers are also doing double duty as Census ambassadors, making sure to share Census-related information during their engagements. Next slide, please. This concludes the business engagement portion of this presentation. I will now turn to Dr. Ana Lily Garcia to provide a status update on residential and community engagement.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The three coordinating agencies for the community health engagement strategy have been very busy planning, recruiting, hiring, and training their collective base of 36 to date community health workers, patient navigators, promotores, and community navigators, which will all go live the week of September 8th. I do want to share a few highlights that are currently underway. The African American Community Service Agency has hired community navigators, and Unity Care launched COVID-19black.org, an initiative that is really centered on highlighting content, stories, COVID-related information, FAQs to dispel myths for the African ancestry community. They are also in the process of collecting additional stories to highlight the impact of COVID on the African ancestry community. The Si Se Puede Collective, which includes Somos Mayfair School of Arts and Culture, Amigos de Guadalupe, Grill Family Services, Meta, and Vegelution, just launched a 3-day Spanish-focused COVID training for 32 promotores, and they are in the process of co-designing the phased approach for community outreach, will include social media, phone banking, and on-the-ground strategies to reach a larger number of families and individuals. Also, as part of their outreach strategy on testing, the collective is promoting COVID testing available in the East Side with a focus on the School of Arts and Culture. In addition, the Community Health Partnership has hired their health educator, has completed training for their community health workers, whom have actually hit the ground running and are actively working on outreach and navigation activities. The Community Health Partnership has also established an agreement with Care Messaging to begin large text message outreach efforts to community health center patients in targeted Santa Clara County zip codes. Next slide, please. In addition to the community health worker model, the work with promotores, the EOC community engagement and racial equity team has been actively working to coordinate efforts underway in East San Jose. In parallel to launching the community health worker model, we have been working with the EOC, Public Health Department, and our community partners to build the infrastructure for an East San Jose hub at our public health offices on Story and King. Next slide, please. The idea behind a hub is to wrap our arms around all of the COVID-19 efforts with a focus on East San Jose families. This includes data collection, better understanding both quantitatively and qualitatively the impact of COVID on families, Latino families specifically. There's a focus on training and outreach and engagement. And also, as Dr. Redmond mentioned, community-based contact tracing and testing. We are going to be pilot testing a number of strategies. The plan is to have the community engagement team housed at the public health offices 2 days a week, Monday and Wednesday. And for us to have proximity and connection to community and to really be connected to the work that in a way that we definitely can't do from the EOC. So we're really excited about this opportunity to really extend the reach and the impact of our community engagement strategy in partnership with the promotores and in partnership with residents of the East Side. The ideas for phase 2 moving forward is that as we are doing our data collection and better understanding the scale and the scope of the issue and the needs of this particular community on how to support families, that we will expand services and strategies based on data collected over the next month. That concludes the presentation.
I think we'll give it back to Sarah so you can ask questions. Hold on just 1 second.
Thank you. I'm going to go to public comment on COVID-19, and then I'll go to the board, and we'll use our customary 15-minute intervals to get us started. So if I could ask the clerk to please call on the public speakers, and then we'll go to the full board.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everybody. Scott Largent. I was able to get a call back after the Health and Hospitals meeting, which was a great thing. So somebody was actually paying attention. They provided that phone call, and we figured out why I didn't get the results for my COVID test. Been out of the mix for a long time, kind of getting back into the swing of things in life. And my handwriting is kind of chicken scratch. I'm used to typing, just been out of the mix. So when they entered in my email address, it was incorrect. Same with some of the other information. I did provide an ID. I don't know why this stuff isn't just auto-filled and already in the database, so we don't have to worry about something like this happening. This is more likely going to be the way for most of the homeless community that's been out there. They haven't been writing for a long time. They haven't been typing. They've been in a whole different world. So I do appreciate that somebody's paying attention to that. It did take 3 weeks to get the results, but I still got them. So thank you.
Our next speaker is John Alpert. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Will the county permit indoor swim schools to open in Tier 2? The state site does not list indoor pools in the drop-down menu, and the CDPH Department of Essential Services has previously deemed drowning prevention swim lessons as essential. As you know, drownings are on the rise. The initial hospital costs associated with a drowning victim with brain injury is $5 million and takes dozens of hospital staff to be involved with a victim's care. Water safety, including swimming, is an important lifelong public health approach to preventing drowning. I noticed Tier 2 allows for indoor restaurants to open where people need to remove their face masks to eat. It also lists aquariums and many other non-essential places to open, but does not address indoor swim lessons. Indoor pools are safe with the proper safety protocols in place. We have had 0 confirmed cases of COVID amongst our students and teachers when we were open in June and July. We teach thousands of Santa Clara children how to swim. Due to the closure by the county, all life-saving lessons have stopped. This is a public health need, and we should be considered essential as we are providing a life-saving skill. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Almaden Valley Athletic Club. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
We can't hear you if you think you're unmuted.
Almaden Valley Athletic Club, are you there? I'm getting no response. That is our last speaker.
Thank you. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the board and start with Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, President Chavez. I just have one overarching question, and it has to do with the contact tracing. Great job, overall. Dr. Redmond, this is, probably the second or third great briefing I've had in the last couple of weeks from you in terms of what's going on. Obviously, the linguistic issues, the language issues are still a serious work in progress. So just as a general comment, probably stating the obvious, that's clearly something that we should be able to accomplish. And I hope you'll let the board know if anything more that's needed in that regard, just to get that evened out. But my overarching question, and I don't know if Dr. Cody should be responding, in terms of how broad this question really is. When Dr. Cody was presenting on the various sectors and where the frequency, if you will, of positives were coming from by sector, it made me remember that when we were sort of working on all of that, as a county a couple of months ago, and we were talking about the protocols by sector and how important it was to set them up so that it would be efficient and effective to come in and contact trace in those sectors, meaning that they would keep data, they would keep information. Obviously, there would be sort of a closed gate system, especially in areas like construction or areas where you don't normally have intake. And so obviously we're tracking all that. And then when I go over to, that's on the information Dr. Cody gave us. And then when I go over to Dr. Rudman's side of it, I see that all this communication is happening, or attempted communication. My overarching question is, to what do we know about, the real outcome that we were shooting for in the first place when we decided that all that work was important? It seemed to me the outcome was to disrupt the virus. So what I'm saying is, and don't take this as no good deed goes unpunished, but I'm really impressed by statistically all this progress we've made and sort of the volume of work that's being done and the number of contact tracers we have, for example. But I don't really hear, as we went through the slides, and therefore we are now, intercepting the virus, quarantining people, and disrupting the virus like we planned to do months ago, and that is resulting in a healthier, safer Santa Clara County. I feel like I want to say that's probably happening, but I don't see it presented that way. And is it? And how can we get to that very fundamental question? How does this achieve our temporary pre-vaccine goal of disrupting the virus? How does it today, or do we know that it's even working?
Hi, Supervisors Cortese. This is Dr. Cody. I'll see if I can best answer your question. I guess this is step back for context. We, of course, have many different interventions that we're all doing simultaneously, ranging from masking across the population to social distancing protocols to case and contact investigation, to increase testing and case finding, et cetera, et cetera. And to be honest, it's quite difficult to assign each intervention and what proportion of transmission it might be preventing. I also want to say that the case and contact investigation that we're doing at scale is something that we've never done before, and no one has ever done before. And it's iterative, and we're learning. And so we are both trying to measure how much transmission we might be preventing, but at the same time, we're also learning that there are some benefits that we didn't even think about that are occurring. And I think Dr. Rudman highlighted some of those, which is catching people who are ill, catching them earlier, ensuring they get into care faster, and that may be preventing some bad outcomes that we wouldn't have prevented if we didn't have it in place. So I'm not sure that's a very clean answer, but it's an honest answer. And that's, I don't know, if Dr. Rudman is nodding. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. And I'm just, I totally understand the answer and how it's hard to attribute cause and effect here when we're throwing so many things at it and apparently doing a pretty effective job relative to other counties and what we've seen elsewhere in other states. Our positive rate per testing is much lower than the state average, and it has been. And I just want to say I ask questions like that because those broad questions seem to me what we hear from the public, or what we're trying to respond to in terms of keeping the public on our side, keeping the public committed and focused to cooperating and doing the things that need to be done. I'm certainly heartened by the testing numbers and the progress at the fairground site. I think that's almost astounding that at this point, after this much fatigue, we're still getting 1,000 people at a time lining up for tests. I think that's all really important. But these big questions like, okay, we're investing in this and contact tracing is going on, but is it going to, deliver us to the promised land, so to speak, of, getting off of anything that even resembles a watch list or getting our economy open back up? There's some nexus there in people's minds. How effective is this work and this investment? So I appreciate you continuing to try to answer that question. I'm satisfied with the answer today, but I might ask it again in the future. The other question that comes up often from constituents, and I've tried to answer it in my own amateur way, but maybe you can answer better for us, is, what can we say about the recovery rate from this disease? I have a close friend right now who contracted COVID-19 and went from being the most robust person in the world 2 weeks ago, trying to organize charities for other people, and to suddenly being in what he described is a very hellish situation trying to recover. And this is a very robust individual, a middle-aged person in great health. Those that we know, we can monitor anecdotally, our friends, we can see if people are recovering or not. But we get the big question from our constituents, okay, 23 people died between last Saturday and the Saturday before in this county, but how many people are recovering? And I think it's both a wish for some positive news as well as just a better understanding of the risk. What is that metric? Is that everybody that we know of that has contracted it minus the mortality rate equals the recovery rate? Is it that simple, or is it just an unanswerable question?
Well, you're asking a really, really good question and highlighting something that's really important, which is that it's incredibly variable and not always predictable how people are going to do with a COVID infection. And even people who are otherwise young and healthy may do badly and have problems that persist for a long time. And it's difficult to predict. We do not measure, have a way to measure recovery, as in you're restored to the, your health prior to infection, because we don't follow people for long enough. What we can say is how many new infections, how many hospitalizations, and how many deaths. So it's not as nuanced and granular as you might like. But I think your comments highlight something really important, which is that outcomes can be highly variable and not always predictable.
All right, I'll settle for that again for this week, and I appreciate that it's also indeed probably the best answer that you can give me. I'm not sure that it would be inappropriate, and maybe it's worth thinking about, to put on the dashboard just the basic math that you just described at the end there, to date, this many folks have contracted in this county. To date, this many folks are still in ICU, and to date, this or hospitalized in general. And to date, this is the mortality that we know of, with a big asterisk at the end that says this doesn't include all cases, because all cases haven't been tested or determined, or whatever the public health language is for that. But I don't know. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, or if that would feel like misinformation, but it seems like just putting the math out there, as simple as it is, that we do know and we do understand, would be helpful for us on the public interface side to be able to point people to and say, that's what you want to know. Well, here's the best math we can give you at this time. Anyway, thank you for that. That's a suggestion, in other words. Thank you for that, President Chavez. That's all for me.
Thank you. And I'll go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of the staff for this really detailed and informative report this week. Thank you. And I'm particularly excited to see some direct community engagement and activism of our CBO partners with deep relationships in the community who are doing this work. So thank you for moving ahead with that. I'm going to go back for a moment to the state and local health orders with some questions for James Williams. James, you mentioned some alignment considerations between the new state guidelines and our local order. Can you provide any more detail on the adjustments that we may be considering in the sectors or businesses that are under review?
Yeah, I'm just referring to specifics in the actual guidance regarding operations, not sectors that would be changing from the risk reduction order. So sorry if that was misleading, but the state puts out very detailed guidance and directives. For example, how to operate your hair salon, for example, indoors, and a lengthy document related to that, for instance. And they've done so in every sector. We have similar guidance or directives, rather, in some of those sectors. And when the state changes theirs, we continue to try to, wherever possible, have alignment so that people aren't being, so that there's as little friction as possible in terms of how to actually run an operation in a safe manner. Of course, there are instances where we do have some more specific requirements that our health officer believes make sense in the context of that specific industry. But that's what I was referring to.
Thank you for clarifying, and to take that just a little bit further on the importance of alignment and consistency. Are there any coordinated discussions occurring right now amongst the Bay Area health officers relative to the new state framework and how to maintain consistency in the region as counties may move into different tiers at different times?
Nothing that I'm aware of at this time.
Dr. Cody, do you have any, is there anything, and are there conversations happening right now?
This is Dr. Cody. There's nothing, nothing really to report at this point.
Okay. Just something to think about, that we could again run into a situation where we found ourselves in the spring if we're in the purple tier, San Mateo's in the red. I'm not remembering the other colors, but clearly there will still be movement from county to county. James, I'd also like to hear your thoughts about the future of businesses that are currently operating outdoors as we move toward the fall. Whether there will be revisions of the risk reduction order, might that be considered to reframe some of the indoor and outdoor operational issues? And what happens if, hopefully this isn't the case, but if we're still purple when cooler weather comes?
Yeah, I think that's something that is just not able to be known right now, because the restrictions that are in place are really based on the risks associated with COVID transmission at this time. And, there's a lot of unknowns going into the fall, not only related to what may be happening with transmission across the state and nationally and internationally for that matter, but how it may interact with flu season.
Right.
That's been something that's been of significant concern, certainly. And even in a normal flu season, that puts significant strain on our hospital system here locally and across the country. So that, and you're absolutely right. Obviously, the weather changes. So we'll have to see how those things evolve. We have gotten no indication from the state those questions either. Fortunately, we're in an area that has much better weather than many parts of the United States, and hopefully that'll let us maintain as many activities outdoors as possible for as long as possible, given everything that we know to date about how much safer outdoor activities are relative to indoor ones.
Right. Thanks for that response too. And I hear you on the beginning of flu season. Of course, we don't historically close down for flu season. So I think there's still hopefully some room to keep pondering that, looking at our numbers and thinking about what our options may be when the weather does get cooler. I want to switch to a couple of questions about the school reopenings. And thank you. I think, Dr. Rudman, this is your area. So thank you very much for adding the list of applicants for waivers and approvals to the website and for the additional information provided today. I'm still interested to know, how do we assure the timely review of applications? And as part of that answer, how many staff do we have assigned as liaisons or part of this review team? And are we currently meeting the 14-day response time that the applicants have been told to expect?
Hi, Supervisor Ellenberg. This is Dr. Cody. I am speaking on behalf of the schools team today. We've rejiggered our processes a bit so that we can process waiver applications more quickly. And actually, just over the last few days, we've been able to work through quite a bit of a backlog. We don't anticipate that we need to staff any differently in order to address the backlog and process them. And we do our best to go as quickly as possible, but not all of them make it from time of submission to completion, although we certainly try to get some response back to the applicant within 14 days, not always able to accomplish it.
So then, Dr. Cody, if we're not able to get them all in 14 days, why do you think that we wouldn't benefit from more staffing in that area? Well, I don't know how many people there are doing it, first of all, but you suggested that you don't need any more.
Right. A lot of the issue with timing has to do with the complexity of a certain application. For example, the application may come in not at all complete, and so there may be some back and forth to get the application complete, and then some discussions with various teams to ensure that the school opening would be as safe as possible. And sometimes that back and forth takes a while.
Got it. So it's not necessary. It's not a question of applications just not being addressed or begun within that period of time.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful. What exactly is the requirement for the California Department of Public Health review of the waiver applications, and how long does that step usually take?
So the time between when we forward an application to CDPH for their review and approval and when we get it back is usually rather short. I don't have exact numbers, but it's usually certainly within a week.
And that's included within our predicted our average 14-day turnaround? It includes that week?
No, I don't think so. Usually it takes time for, so a school would submit a waiver application. The ones that move quickly are ones that are very narrow in scope or that are exceedingly complete and thought through when we receive them. So that takes less on our end. Mm-hmm. But the 14 days is really about the back and forth on our end, not inclusive of the time it takes for CDPH to review and approve.
Got it. So that adds potentially an additional week. to the
That
process.
would add some extra time. That's correct.
Okay, and applicants are aware of this?
I believe so. I mean, needless to say, what we strive to do is to have good communication with applicants so they know where they are in the process and what the issues are, and so that there's good technical assistance to support the application.
Good. I think it would be very helpful to make clear that the 14 days is just our piece and that there is an additional state piece that that could take up to another week, because I do think that there is some confusion about why it often actually takes longer than the projected 14 days. I'd also asked about the weekly calls happening in the EOC with school superintendents and trustees on reopening issues. And I'm concerned from the slides that private school administrators don't have the same level of access to address questions at a school leadership level. Is there any reason that the calls for superintendents couldn't be expanded to include private and charter school leadership?
I think
to the
there's
extent that they
different
find
types
it? I apologize, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly take that back. I think there's different types of issues that come up with the public school districts in contrast to the private and charter school districts. So, you know, different kind of need that would need to be met. We can discuss with our education colleagues.
Okay, and I won't look to create a problem where one doesn't exist. If I am hearing in a couple of instances that folks representing those institutions would like to have more access, but if you're finding that it's too different, and maybe if the number is small enough, we can handle that outside of this meeting with a couple of particular cases. Thank you. I really am looking forward to more information on the status of reopening plans at the special hearing next week. I want to just wrap up with a couple of questions about contact tracing and isolation supports. I really am, again, glad to see the partnerships with CBOs on tracing efforts moving forward. Thank you. After these months since my referral in May, I'm hopeful that this partnership can help address the gap in language skills and build community trust in the tracing effort. Have contracts with these partners been executed yet? And what is the source of funds that will be supporting this work?
Thank you, Supervisor. This is Dr. Redmond. The piece I presented on specifically is a portion of previously contracted funds with a different entity that will allow assignment of county resources into the CBOs in kind support in the form of contact tracers that we will onboard ourselves. There are additional contracts with the CBOs themselves specifically that are not operated specifically out of my group, but by the Community Health and Business Engagement Group. And Lily Garcia can speak to that in further detail if you'd like. On our end, we are still, those contracts are not yet final. We are still working out the final details of the agreement.
Okay, and certainly with everything else these days, you know, we're looking for as much efficiency as possible. And it sounds to me, if I heard that correctly, that this is a shift in dollars as opposed to new dollars. Did I hear that correctly?
That's right. These are positions that were already slated to be utilized as joining our existing contact tracing workforce, doing the work we were doing in sort of that remote-based fashion, but understanding that it needed to be done in a more community-driven and informed fashion. We're shifting the use of those existing dollars in that way.
Right.
So
I'm really glad.
Yeah, Dr. Redmond, just for clarity, is this the Haluna contract?
Yes, these are positions through the Haluna contract.
And then the other is through the 1.5 that came through the referral from Dave and I think, Susan, for the other activities.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pass the phone to Ana Lilia to answer the second piece, please.
Hi, this is Ana Lilia. The 50 positions through Haluna, there is an opportunity to house contact tracers within community clinics. And this is, these are dollars that are supported through Haluna. The community health engagement model, Chabet, those are separate dollars to support community engagement efforts. So they are two separate funds.
Yeah, and that came through the we already voted on that money a while
Right.
ago. Susan.
Yes, that's correct.
Wanted a refresher on where it was all coming from. Just finally, my staff was informed that public data on the tracing team metrics will be posted online today. Thank you. And as the tracing team continues to build out and improve the program, and particularly as we engage city partners in providing isolation supports, I'd like to see this resource include data on the cases and contacts that are referred for supports and data on how many actually receive those supports and how quickly the link is made.
Wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you all again for all of this information. It is really informative and helpful.
Thank you, Susan. Joe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, a question for the testing team. And as I tee up the question, I should just say thank you for the effort to ramp up the testing over the past few months. Colleagues will recall I was pushing to try and ramp up the testing. And I think real progress has been made. And I wanted to acknowledge that and express my appreciation for it. I think it's essential both on the health side and the economic side as well. And in fact, I have a copy of the San Francisco Chronicle today with the editorial headline that says, "Reopening still depends on testing." And here we are 6 months later. So I appreciate what the county has been able to stand up in the way of testing opportunities. Want to continue to urge folks in the large healthcare operations around the county to step up the effort as well. I think there is still significant room for improvement there. Let me go to the testing team, though, with the question, Madam President, which is, within the last week, I believe, we heard from the FDA approval for a new antigen test, which is reported to be both appreciably less expensive and with a very quick turnaround time, although as I understand it, somewhat less precise. I wonder if the testing team has had time, I know it's only been within the last week, to give any thought to what that might mean both in the near term and over the longer term in terms of our test, the ability to keep people healthy and to get.
Joe, you're cutting out a bit. Just the last couple sentences.
Thank you.
Dr. Cody, did you get all that?
Hi, this is Dr. Fensterscheib. So thank you for that question, Dr. Siminian. It sounds like, I feel like he knows a lot more than I do in many instances. Supervisor Siminian, we actually have been looking at that and other antigen tests. And for those listening, I just remind people that most of the testing that we're doing now is PCR testing, and that's done, again, with the nasal swabs for the most part. We're looking for genetic material called RNA, which is like human DNA. And for the most part, those have to go to a lab, or sometimes they have a machine at a point of care site. Those tests, as we know, have taken a while to turn around, and they also are more expensive. The antigen test is different. It's not looking at the genetic material. It's actually looking for live virus, which is called the antigen. And those tests, again, are just now being developed. There are a lot of them out there, a lot of startups. But the one you were referring to is made by Abbott, and it's called Abbott BinaxNOW Now. And it looks very, very promising. The cost will be much less, perhaps $5 a test. The turnaround time is 15 minutes. It's the way it's done is you would do a nasal swab, insert it into a small card, like a credit card, add a little solution, and then within a short amount of time, 15 minutes, there would be a color reaction. So we're very excited about that. That's something that could be done by anyone, by teachers before they go to school, students, frontline workers. I think this is hopefully down the road going to be a dramatic change in the way we are dealing with COVID. However, here's the caveat. The U.S. government bought all of these tests. And they've spent $750 million purchasing 150 million tests that Abbott will be able to produce between probably now and 2021. We've reached out to Abbott, and that's basically, we're on a waiting list for information, but we have no access to that test. The other thing at this point is the test is also only approved for people who are symptomatic, meaning you have to be within 7 days of symptoms. I'm encouraged that there will be down the road a change in that, and it will be approved for asymptomatics, but right now it's just for symptomatics. But however, we have no access to that particular test, and most of these other ones also we have no access to at the moment. But I think this is the wave of the future, and time will tell.
Do we know what the federal government plans to do with the 150 million tests that it has preempted?
They haven't told us. I don't know. I'm assuming they're going to look at utilizing them in high-risk situations, such as nursing facilities. But perhaps they're looking at. I don't know. I don't want to guess.
All right.
We haven't been told. We haven't been.
Thank you. I would appreciate it through the chair, Dr. Fenstersteib and other members of the team, if there are developments along these lines and or related to the distribution of such tests and or the availability of such tests to the broader public, if you would just keep us posted from time to time with these reports. So if you could add that to the list of many things that we ask you about on a regular basis, I would appreciate hearing about that as developments warrant. The second is a very specific question that comes up a lot in my office with constituents on the sort of individual household basis, as distinct or distinguished from the business environment. And it may be that Mr. Williams is the best one to start with this, which is, Mr. Williams, it's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that under the old structure that was in place, the combination of state order and county order meant that, notwithstanding the fact that it was happening a lot, people were, as a matter of public health orders, prohibited from driving down the street and having one couple join another couple in their backyard to socialize, because that was a gathering. Do I have that recollection correct?
Yes.
And so now we have a new system with color codes, and we're in the purple color code. And what's the current status then of that kind of behavior? Is it lawful? Is it unlawful? Because, you know, for all the complexities and all the business intricacies that we are trying to address, for a lot of folks, they just want to know, can they walk down the street and go visit a couple of neighbors? So what's the answer to that as things stand today?
So there's no change in the state's rules regarding gatherings in the purple tier. The only changes are the hair salons and malls at 25% of capacity. There's also no change in the county's local order, and under the county's order, we actually have specific directives related to gatherings, and those are, just to remind folks, that indoor gatherings are prohibited, outdoor gatherings are allowed up to 60 persons following the appropriate rules under the directive. The state has, let's just say, not always been a model of clarity on the issue of gatherings, but continues to not have any provision allowing general social gatherings.
Of any size?
Correct.
So the gathering that I described of two couples who live on the same block, which would of course be 4 people, is a gathering, yes?
Yes.
And therefore prohibited, as you understand it, yes?
Yes.
Okay, let's just make it a little more precise. And if Sally lives on the same block and walks down the street to sit in the backyard, socially distanced with Sue, does two people make a gathering in your understanding?
Under the state rules, that's my best understanding, yes.
All right, thank you. And then a pivot to a business issue. We lot in the newspaper about barbershops, salons, nails, estheticians, which used to sort of come in the same sentence or paragraph with a conversation about gyms. That does not appear to be the case in this instance. Can you clarify on that for us all, please?
So the state has broken those up into different categories. So in the purple tier, hair salons are allowed, but none of the other items. In the red tier, personal services, which would include nails and massage and other personal services, would be allowed indoors. And gyms at 10% of capacity in the red tier. So the state has put those into separate buckets, so to speak, with separate capacity criteria for those different categories.
So as things now stand, since we are in the purple tier here in Santa Clara County, the gym is closed unless it's outdoor activity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But if we were to work our way into red, then the gym would be open at 10% of capacity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I were to say capacity is defined how, you would say what?
The state hasn't provided a definition of capacity. That being said, we believe the most reasonable definition to use at this time would be the fire marshal capacity. I just want to note regarding that question, the risk reduction order that the county has had in place now since early July has a density requirement, which is different than capacity, and is really based on, and when that was developed, we had looked into the question of using, for example, fire marshal related capacity, fire code capacity, and determined that instead a density standard would be something that could be applied more consistently because it's not based on, availability of egress, for instance, because our concern really was with the number of people in a space as opposed to how quickly people could exit a building in the event of a fire. And so that's why the risk reduction order uses a density limit. Those density rules remain in effect for anything that is operating. And in the event that the state's capacity limit would result in a higher number than the density, folks would need to continue to follow the density rule. And in the event that the state's capacity limit would result in a lower number than the density, that folks would need to follow then the capacity rule. So it's whichever has the fewest number of people in the space. I think that may sound more complicated than it actually is because it's really whatever number is lower.
Thank